Alrighty, hello and we are live! Yay! Hello and welcome to our fourth episode of Hearts of War, a modified version of Dragonlance Shadow of the Dragon Queen. We are the Rollers of Fate and we are super excited to be here with you once more. Oh god, another Sunday. Without further ado, let's introduce ourselves and our characters, including their class and species. Also, those of you who stream, please tell us where we can find you, starting with... Yes, the Helm Warrior tonight. Oculan, please, take it away.
I didn't have like a full toilet roll to put on, so you're gonna have to do with the cardboard that I feed to my rats. Hello. I'm Oculan. I'm playing Jared Smith, the half wood elf paladin, the heart and soul of the party, obviously, and it's good. It's interesting coming back after a week hiatus because we had someone away last week. So, who wants to go next? Allergy Man, do you want to get yours out of the way?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm Nightly Spectre. I play as Victor Umea. He is a half-elf, a drow half-elf druid, and you can find me on Twitch with the same handle, Nightly Spectre. And Oliver, how about you?
I am playing Oliver Silverrunner, dashing young, handsome bard, who is also excited and a little off-put coming back to Vogler after such an odd time. Yeah, but you know who's even more excited to be back, I'd hope? Zachriel.
That is Zachriel Finlake. I am the resident warlock, and I'm human. But on Twitch you can find me as Donated Cornet 14. I actually have I have next Saturday. I've got my 4 years anniversary of being on Twitch, so there's all sorts going to be happening. Going to be cosplaying. We're going to be doing shots, playing Dead by Daylight. So there's a lot of other things as well. So that's going to be fun. 4 years on Twitch. You can find me, as I said, on Zonated Cornet 14 on YouTube as well. And that's going to be fun next weekend. I also I'm a GM at Posanity as part of their Rolly Grail series. That's Roll-Y Grail. And yeah, we do a bit of D&D and other sorts of things. And actually, this week we have the first installment of Chapter 1 of Candelera Obscura, where Cisco Blanco, our DM today, will be featuring in as a player, and I'll be your keeper. So keep an eye next week. Check us out at Postanity to catch that on Thursday at 8 p.m. For the first installment of that first chapter. And that is me. And lastly, Martin.
Hello, guys. Well, I am Martin. I'm playing Lorandir Greenleaf. I'm a young high elf. I'm a ranger. I'm the keeper of the egg. And unfortunately, my cousin is not here, but I'm sure I'll remember her before.
Yeah.
And back to Cisco.
Yeah, thanks for those introductions. Yeah, as Martin mentioned, unfortunately, Julia couldn't make it today. Get well soon from here, from all of us. I am Cisco Blanco. You can find me here in our channel thrice weekly. And as David mentioned, very excited from the 15th of February, right? On
Thursday.
Post Sanity YouTube Twitch channel, playing Candela Obscura in a wonderful game with our best light keeper ever, Sonated. Wow, that's good. I'm so looking forward to see that. Actually, it's gonna be really good. Yeah, but tonight, as usual, I'll be your tail weaver and chaos coordinator, guiding our heroes through the legendary world of Green. Alrighty. Next, we have some announcements. So please, Mr. Knightley, take it away.
All right. Obviously, we're on here on Twitch, but you can also find us on our YouTube channel at Rollers of Fate D&D, where you can find all of our previous episodes of Candlekeep Mysteries and the sealed pages of Fergus, the Eye of Observation, Dining in Bavaria, and of course Hearts of War, a modified version of Dragonlance Spiral of the Dragon Queen. If you want to get in touch with us, you can by emailing us at rollersoffatednd@gmail.com. We also have an X channel formerly known as Twitter, which is Fate D&D. Our games use adult language as well as jokes, situations, or themes that you might find inappropriate, scary, unusual, and in many other words. So viewers discretion is advised. Thanks to Tessa Presents for their awesome maps, to Darren Curtis and Tabletop Audio for their epic music, and to James Webster for their amazing art. And lastly, please give us a follow and a like if you haven't done it already to help us get our streams out to as many people as possible, and we will be forever grateful.
Yay! Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a bit amazing. Alrighty, so okay, so before we jump in as well, the recapper is the one who rolls for inspiration. So please, Lucky, roll a d6. Yep. Let's see how.
If
Mhm.
I'm not feeling lucky. I'm not gonna lie, but
Of course you are.
Oh,
You are lucky.
4.
Yeah, 4 inspirations.
Mhm.
Amazing. Cool,
4.
cool. All right. Yeah, very good. So yes, as you guys know, you can use them as you see fit. Fantastico. All right. So now, thanks to all of you for being here playing with me tonight, and also to everyone who is tuning in from home. Please make yourselves cozy, grab a drink, and now let's find out where the drums of war are beating today. So I'll put some recap music for you, Lucky, and whenever you're ready, please take it away. I think this one will do. Let me just check. Yeah, amazing. Please.
On our last chapter of the Hearts of War, our valiant heroes were tested through the trials of combat and knowledge, and emerged victorious. After further discussions with Ravina, one who was touched by the far realm had given confidential letters to be delivered to Kalaman in the future, and also gifted magical scrolls and high sorcery tomes, as well as a moon-touched orchids. The heroes journeyed on forward with some discussions between party members. Now, closing that chapter, and moving on forward to the city of Vogler, with sorrowful images of the past filling the others, in burning embers that are now cindering cold, as well as the remains of the house of our dearly beloved mentor and friend, Ispin. They look forward to what's to come, and find out where they will move on next. Please stay with us to find out. Ugh, sorry, I was like shaky there.
No, you were amazing. Thank you so much, my friend. Very cool. Also, for that sensational recap, please take a personal inspiration as well, just for you as well. Thank you very much. Very cool. Alrighty. Okay. All right. And now let's get into it. Let me just change this music and then we'll start. Oh, yes. All right. Stop. Yep. Okay. Very good. Yeah, and let's change to this one actually. Let me see if Roll20 has been nice to me, or is he gonna bug out? No, he's been good to me. Good. Alright. So we continue our story after dusk. The warmth was replaced by a chill breeze that followed you all the way to Bogla. The sour smell of decomposing corpses that you are carrying has merged with the sorrow that lingers on the salty air. As amidst funeral banners and weeping, you approach the scorched debris and smoking ashes that remain of where the home of the kind-hearted Ispin's home previously stood. And I leave it to you guys as you are approaching. You see that taken by all the emotions, Thessalia just looks towards all of you. I said, I have to go. I'll see you guys later. I just can't deal with this. I'll be at home. She greets you all, bids you goodbye, and you see her kind of like completely devastated, start walking away slowly from your cart. Looks towards the corpses of the Knights of Solamnia, and she says, I'll take Petal and the cart, and I'll take the corpses with me to the mayor's house, or maybe to Becklen, probably. Becklen's best. She can organize it. They were Knights of Solamnia after all. So if that's okay with all of you, I'll be doing that. And she looks to all of you. Is that okay? She speaks to you directly, Lorandir, and you, Oliver, the two of you who are closest to her.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, they're starting to smell a little, so I think we should find a...
Take them to the to the Knights of Solamnia.
Yes, I'll take them
then
to Becklen.
try to get some rest as well. I know it's gonna be a long day today.
Yes, I'm exhausted at all these things. I hope, I mean, it is obvious, it is him, right? Ispin has died, right? It can't be someone else. I mean,
Everybody knew him. I don't think they would make that mistake.
yeah, this is too much today. All right.
I think he would understand if you weren't here, especially the way he died.
Yeah,
So just go home and rest, and I will go and see you later.
okay. Yeah, I just can't stop thinking of Belrin. Just make sure that I didn't slay the name, but just make sure it is Felrin, yeah? Yeah, it is Felrin.
Fenrin.
Fenrin, almost okay. Fenrin, yeah. Damn, I just can't stop thinking of him. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Come on, Petal. And she kind of like pets her beautiful cream horse and gets the reins of them. And she starts pulling the cart, taking the cart away as you are left there next to the ashes of Ispin's house. And I'll leave it to you as she slowly... At this point also, it is evening time, so we are kind of getting to... It's dusk. Now at this point, the sky is completely black. It's nighttime already. And what would you like to do?
Ronnie will look for a messenger. They usually are in the corners, like to carry messages to people. And I will give one like a copper piece or whatever it is. I used to send a message to my grandfather that I'm in town, and I will probably see him later, if so he knows that I'm around.
Of course, sir. I'll do that for you. Yes. You see, as you kind of focus for a few seconds, you see there is like a little errand boy around, like a blonde kind of messy hair, like a little. Yeah. Thank you. I'll do that.
You know, Farandir's Montreal, just down there.
Oh yes, your
big
your
house.
grandpa, right? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No problem. All right. Yeah, it's nice to have you in town back, Lorandir. Yeah, he looks to all of you. It's nice to have you all. Actually, it's good. Wow, I didn't know you guys were friends. Okay, sure. All right. Bye. And you see that little rascal kind of like runs off. Cool.
I think for Zachriel, he would want to go see his father to try and get more insight, more answers into what's going on.
Okay, perfect. So I'll make a note of that, and you will be leaving and dividing. I'm going to see Ferris Fin Lake to the fishery, I will imagine. He lives right there, kind of nearby. Mm-hmm.
I think, where he lives nearby, because at this point I think the fishery will be shut till the earlier hours of the morning. So he's probably home, I would imagine, if it's the same routine.
All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I would head straight to the
Okay,
Valley Hill.
let me just make a note of that, and we'll do it like that. So, Zachriel. Would you like to stay and have a look at through the ashes before you go, or will you go right away?
No, I'll probably stay. I'll probably have a look at the ashes. I would like to see that before I go, if we can get access to the building in the first place. But yeah, I would like to have a look. But that would be like after, that would be the kind of next step outside of that, to go see my father.
Okay, perfect. What about the rest of you? What will you guys be doing after exploring the ashes, if that's okay with you?
Oliver would stay behind to go through the ashes with whoever else would stay behind, and after whatever is done with searching through the ashes, he'll simply look at the others and put on a smile and say, "Well, no point in doting on negative thoughts and feelings, right? I think I'm off to go. What's the name of that? I'm gonna go to the Bellowing Boar, the brothel down the road there, and
Yeah, you actually, I haven't discussed this with you. I was meant to send you a message, but I forgot in the end. So you actually, I thought of this. I hope you're okay with it. If not, it's no worries. We can workshop it. But I was thinking that the place, if you are cool with that, where your mom used to work, right? That's the one that you normally go to. Is that right?
well, yeah, but
Yeah, it's called the Wild River Willow. It's an exclusive gentleman's club. It's on the outskirts between several villages, and is known for its fine drinks, psychotropic pipe smokes, card games, dice, and pole dancing stage as well. Also, you can partake on lap dancings, private ones as well. And is performed by their dancers or girls known as the Winter Droplets. This farmhouse is owned by Madame Chandra Winters. I'll send you all the information, so don't worry too much. A very tall and curvy, dark-skinned sea elf with golden hair and purple eyes. And you know the girls as well. Coral, Anemone, Conch, Pell, Kombu, Sea Cucumber, all of them, they're always around. So yeah. I'll send you all the info. So yeah, I'll make a note that Oliver will... Are you happy with how that sounds? Or you want to give it a different vibe or anything? Yeah? All right.
No, that's perfect.
Okay, so the Wild River Willow it is. Okay. Afterwards. Cool. Okay, so let me actually do it and send you right now so I don't forget. I might not be able to send you all at once, but I'll send you in little fragments. Okay. Awesome. What about the rest of you? If anyone else wants to do anything, what will you guys be doing? Let's go one by
I
one.
think, Laurendin will be going to the brass crafts for some drinks,
Okay.
just to start getting into the mood for later.
Okay. And this is after you guys have a look at the ashes. Okay,
Because I
perfect.
had many drinks with Ispin over there over
Mhm.
the years.
Yeah. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Alrighty. What about you, Victor, or you, Jared? What will you guys be doing after inspecting the ashes?
You want to go first? Oh wait, where is he?
Oh no. Yeah.
He's run away.
So yeah, no, he
Recover.
said about his allergy thing. So no worries, you go then. What will you
That's
be
fair.
doing after? Mhm.
Probably wouldn't search through the ashes of his house. You know,
Okay.
stuff happens. These guys are probably more capable investigators than I am. At this point, it's a bit of a melancholy atmosphere surrounding old Jared, and he kind of just sort of still on the cart mutters to himself. I guess I have no choice now.
Okay. All right. So you will. Sorry. Say it again. 1 second. My apologies. I'm just sending the message to Lucky at the same time, and I got distracted for a second. Sorry for that. Please.
What do you want me to say again?
Yeah. Just. So where will you will be joining? You'll be going to the brass scrap. Is that what you said?
No.
Yeah, you said that I got that the part that you said that you will let them investigate the ashes because you are not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I said I'll stay on the cart.
Okay, all right, but yeah, the
And
cart
wait
is
for them to be done.
the cart is gone. Sorry, but you can stay. Just
The cart is gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was Thessalia took it away with Petal because you had the 3 corpses there
Right.
still, so they were starting to smell a little. But yeah, you can stand there just waiting for them. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
I'll stay outside of the house.
Yeah. Okay. I just realized that I disclosed something that I wasn't supposed to, but no one really got it, so don't worry too much. Sorry. Damn. Okay.
That's what you.
It's all right. It's not like we have a Twitch VOD we can watch.
I know, right? Yeah. Not that we have a proof that will stay forevermore. Yeah, sure. Damn it. All right.
Hey man, I'm not gonna go sifting through it all.
Okay. Alrighty.
I'll leave that to someone else.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Victor, what will you be doing after you guys go through this rubble and debris and ashes? What will you be your plan after that, Victor Yumera?
He'll kind of speak up and say, I'm gonna look for a friend of mine. I'm gonna look for Alice.
Okay, perfect. All right, I'll make a note of that.
He'll make sure that everyone hears it, so everyone knows where he is.
Okay. All right, so you will know that Alas will be where he resides at the moment. He kind of hangs with you as well. Sometimes some days he stays with you in your house, but mostly he's with his the knight that he's a squire of. That is Becklin. She's a connection to all of you. Like I mentioned, she's a knight of Solamnia, very well known in town. She's head of the militia and all the knights of Solamnia in town, as well as all the others knights of Solamnia, of you who have a family and friends there. Yeah, cool. So you will be going to the keep to look for him, I assume. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so let me just copy this 1 second. Yeah, all right. 1 second, Lucky. Let me update my notes because otherwise I'm gonna fuck it up in a second. So I wanna make sure. So let's say that we have both of them. There is all those, if that's okay. There is more girls, yeah, if that's cool. So we have 2 different types of. Yeah, we'll discuss it later. Maybe some of them, maybe the dancers are the ones that I mentioned, and then there is other ones as well. So yeah, could be like a selection of all of those. Cool. All right.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just incorporate, merge everything together. So the business just got an expansion, pretty much. Awesome. Alrighty. So who would like to go and approach the ashes? I'll leave it for you guys to actually do that and decide who and how you do it. So you're standing there. As you see, the town itself is quiet as it is at this time of the night. It's not really that much happening around. Who would like to approach the ashes and how?
If possible, Oliver will walk up to Zachariel. You stayed behind, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
He'll put his hand on Zachariel's shoulder and say, I don't know how you knew him, but he used to give me really great advice. Especially after I left Vogler for as long as I did, he would tell me all the time that it's okay to be scared, or there's a time and place to try and run away from your problems, but it's not always the first thing you should do. I wish he would have ran away from whatever problem came for him here.
He. Let's look at the house.
Yeah, sure.
And you start approaching the house. What about you, Lorandir, and you, Victor? Do you follow?
Yeah, I'll just go behind, just checking the house, wondering how it might have happened, where the fire started, because he wasn't the most careful of people, but he was pretty careful.
All right, perfect. So as you guys approach, all of you, whichever of you wants, or all, I assume, give me perception or investigations checks, please.
Perception or investigation?
Please, yeah.
Roll the 15.
Okay. 15 there, all right, perfect. Lorandir 21, Victor 11. Okay. All right. So Oliver and Victor, you kind of go through the terrain, kind of entering the ashes. Is very disturbing. There is pieces of furniture as you kind of enter pieces of the structure. Is not much left of the house. There is like pretty much a skeleton of it. It was like a small one-story house, quite large, but still kind of like fragile. And as you guys enter, almost a piece of it kind of breaks off and almost falls next to where you are as well, and that kind of puts you completely off. You start looking around and you see burnt furniture, burnt tapestries. Everything is in such a bad condition that it's really hard to actually find anything. You try to orientate yourself and try to find the way through the rooms, but the memories of Ispin, to both of you, you remember that he used to call his children. Unfortunately, he was married at some point. His wife passed away a few years back, but they couldn't have children. So you were their children, and all these memories keep like overwhelming you. And as you are looking at the house, you just keep imagining how the house used to look before, and it's too disconcerting, and you don't seem to be finding anything interesting around. Sacriel, the same happens to you similarly. As you enter, you see the beautiful, colorful furniture, the flowers that were there, the curtains, that window always open, and the big back door to the patio, to this beautiful garden that he had, and everything looks how it used to look before being burned. Now there is nothing left. It's just ashes, broken furniture. The night itself makes this place so dark, and it's hard to find anything around. What are you particularly looking for, Sacriel and Lorandir? Because the Oliver and Victor, as you looking around, there is not much really that you see that brings your attention. But what about you, Sacriel, and you, Lorandir?
Where is this shield?
All right.
Lorander is looking for where the fire started.
Okay.
Like if there is a focus where something blew up or something was left unattended or something.
Okay.
Where the fire, I guess, burned brightest or longest or.
All right.
hottest.
Okay. So as you both focus on those two different things, you remember, Zacriel, that it was a secret, but not for you. You remember that memory where Ispin opening this little basement entrance that he had hidden. It was a very small, kind of like almost like a little room, like what we will call a panic room back in our world. Right underneath his bed there was this little latch and a tiny set of stairs, and he bring to this room where he kept all his relics and collection of things that he gathered during his adventures, things that he didn't want people to take. It was his little sanctuary of adventuring, how he used to call it. And you kind of like instinctively trying to locate yourselves, goes to the bedroom. It's only ashes, burnt, smoke, still bits are cinders around, so you gather the fire must have been going yesterday, probably happened yesterday night, very likely. Just looking at it, it's almost completely out, but it's still, some parts of it are still slightly warm even. And you go towards there. Let's call it a check. Do an acrobatics or athletics, whichever way you want, because you will be kind of like prying open this burnt out place. Let's stay with you
That
for a
kind of
second.
sounds like athletics. That sounds.
Sure. Yeah,
more-
whatever. Check if you
Yeah.
can think of something else
Yeah,
creative.
acrobatics
I'm
is better,
happy
but I
with-
feel like this is
Mhm.
kind of strengthy. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
do
mean,
that.
you could pry it with some kind of like make lever with something if you want to go that way. So whatever you think is best. 'Cause
13.
it's okay. Yeah, with a
13
13,
athletics.
perfect. Yeah, you kind of like describe to us how do you do it exactly, because the place is kind of like caved in a little, but there's still a little bit of plank on top of there.
I think Zakril, as he's looking around the shield, trying to find the shield and doesn't see it, and immediately he remembers that memory and he goes straight, without even saying anything to anyone else, kind of makes a beeline and eventually finds it and trying to pry it open.
You also realize straight away there used to be a lock there. The lock is being open.
Oh.
Yeah. But keep going.
Well, noticing that, I guess I just get the fingernails in and just peel up and fling it open.
All right, perfect. And as you flung it open, we stay with you kind of like in a close frame looking towards this hole in there, and we cut off to Lorandir. Lorandir, you look towards the fire trying to see where it started, and you see different things. Let's call it an insight or nature. If you want to get more information, what you get based on what you see with your 21 perception initially, it seems to have started next to his bed. So you are very close to where Sacriel is. In there, you see that on the window, kind of like next to where his little bedside table was, that seems to be the center point of the fire initially. And you can see that with your 21 perception, there is wax residue that has completely disintegrated almost, but you are very attuned with nature and all the things around, and you feel it. You kind of do your looking for tracks and stuff like that. Also, rolling in your 21, you see that there is footprints coming in and out of the house as well. 2 different sets. But if you want to get further, you can make a nature or insight as well, Lorandir, and get more information if you want.
It's a 23 insight.
Okay. For anyone else, Lorandir, anyone will see it very obvious that it was the candle. It kind of like almost like a Sherlock Holmes movie scene. You see things happening, the candle, him perhaps turning in bed, falling asleep. He used to do that quite often. He will fall asleep too early, forgot to put the candle to snuff it out. And that's what anyone else will see. But you are not anyone. You are Lorandir Greenleaf. You have seen many dawns and dusks, and it doesn't seem that obvious to you, Lorandir. You notice that potentially you see that on the window itself, it seems like it might have been pried open from outside. Perhaps it got stuck. Perhaps he had to force it and it didn't open last second. But you get that it seems a bit unusual. Did that happen before? Did that happen after? That you're unsure. But there is something unusual going on there.
Yeah, I guess I'll go to the window and start looking there to see if the inside of the window, I assume if it was closed, would be burnt. If it was open, maybe it was less burnt. So I'll start looking at that and figure out.
Okay, yeah, and it's very confusing because the fire itself has taken a lot of the clues around, but you just intrinsically feel there is something wrong. And as you kind of like look, it feels like the fire didn't spread the right way, perhaps. Maybe it's just a combination of oxygen and maybe the window exploded, but it is something you cannot figure it out. That some of the metal hinges are actually, it feels like the fire was too fast, too hot initially, especially on the window. That is something weird. But there is not much more that you get from that. I'll let you kind of like make your own conjectures based on that, Lorandir.
Maybe thinking by the window, like there's something not adding up. I just wondering to myself.
Okay.
Trying to figure out.
All right. And then we move to you, Sacriel. As you are there, you open this latch, kind of hidden compartment, and as you will imagine, you find that everything has been taken. There is nothing there. You remember him having the shield on this wooden box. The shield itself was wooden as well, but the shield is not there. The box where the shield was, it was like a velvet kind of box, is not there neither. You look through all the mundane things, all the things that are not important are there, like things that Ispin didn't really care for, but the important things, you also remember he had this ring as well that he never wore, that also he found through his adventures, and the ring is not there neither. There is, everything has been taken away. And you also find the same with your 15. You see there is 2 sets of tracks. If you want to kind of figure out further, you can also make survival, perhaps. That will probably work for tracks. If you want to ascertain more of the tracks.
I'll do that. Yep. $16.
All right, yeah, that is enough. You recognize that the footsteps, the kind of like foot marks, footprints, whichever, are, one is smaller, the other one is slightly larger. The smaller and the larger, they both seem to be someone wearing armor. Perhaps heavy armor, full plate. The smaller one seems to be the one more easy to see everywhere. The larger one seems to be following that bigger, smaller footprint. You gather that too. Then you see a third footprint as well, that it seems to be not an armor or just like a average normal shoe. That seems to be, so there was 3 people here at some point. 2 in armor, 1 without.
Could I do like an Arcana check to see if there's any magical energy in the air around here?
Sure, I love that. That's cool. You can do that to see if you can sense some kind of trace of magic or anything unusual. Yeah, please go ahead and make an Arcana check.
23.
As you kind of focus where the things used to be, magic around, kind of open your senses, think of your training. Doesn't seem to be anything magical anywhere to be seen, or any remnants or anything. Just a sixth sense kind of keeps clicking. There is something weird, but you cannot figure it out.
Okay.
And you look at Lorandir for a second, I will imagine, and you see Lorandir kind of like checking that window, kind of, and keeps like looking at it unusually.
Did you find anything?
Maybe nothing, I don't know. my mind is playing tricks, I think, but I just feel like this fire was too hot. I know it feels silly to say, but there was something about this fire that doesn't add up.
See with the Arcana check I did. Does it feel different upstairs?
As you kind of like rolling on the Arcana check, there is some, like I keep saying, there is like a sixth sense. There is something ticking in the back of your mind, but there is not really something
Right.
you can. There is not a tactile thing. What Lorandir says about the fire burning too
It's
hot.
alien to me.
Yeah,
Alien
it
to me,
feels
but there's-
weird.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just too unusual. The thing with the fire, kind of like those words kind of resonate. You think the fire burns too hot, and that kind of like keeps kind of staying in your mind for way too long. But there is nothing you can really. You think of fairy tales, bedtime stories, but there is nothing that really makes sense. But your mind goes to that space somehow. The space of legends, of myth, but it makes sense. And Oliver and Victor, you are there as well. Kind of like, I will imagine like them, Zachriel and Lorandir speaking, and you guys kind of like there as well, looking at them. What are you guys reacting? Is there anything you guys want to check further based on what you are hearing? Because you're all there, I will imagine you will all be sharing information backwards and forwards. And even you, Jared, I know you are a bit further away, but if you are interested to get closer, you can certainly do as well.
I might do. I might partake in it. I'll fucking hell, what's that?
No worries.
It's the smoke, man.
Yeah, it's the
There's
smoke,
still
the
smoke, right?
ashes, yeah, it's
Yeah.
going inside the same as well, Victor.
Really
you-
painful memory went through my head, you know? Just.
Jerry,
Uh,
you crying?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I lost a bet. Don't worry about it. Did you find anything?
Nothing I can point to, but I just feel a bit uneasy about this fire.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Look, there was wooden items, and there was. He usually had a candle on the table, but even if they set on fire, it's very rare that this level of destruction will happen. This happens when something is unattended for a while. And I just feel that this fire was very fast and very hot, which is not normal. But I can't put my finger on it. It's just a feeling that I have. That somebody might have come to that window, or that window was open, or something happened. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, it might be that he was hot and opened the window, but I don't know. There's something that I have a feeling.
Fire has been magical? Because magical fire, I imagine, would be much hotter than a candlestick fire.
Who could have used a magical fire?
Who?
I don't know. Maybe
It
not
wouldn't have
enemy?
been. If the window was broken into, all someone has to do is throw in a Molotov. Just gonna put it out there.
But let's think about who in Vogler would want to do this to Ispin, though.
I don't know. I can think of a lot of reasons why people would want to do bad things to anyone, not specifically Ispin.
Maybe
I
from
don't
outside
remember.
Vogler.
You said, sorry, what?
Maybe from outside Vogler as well, because he moved around. So
What?
maybe...
Did Ispin have a bad bone in his body?
No, but he liked to put his nose everywhere. You know, he was curious.
You saying he sniffed somewhere he shouldn't have?
Maybe. I mean, we just came back from the road with some very strange happenings. Maybe something's going on.
I
There's no
suppose.
way. Do you think it has something to do with what happened to us with with the Dragon Queen or the Shadow Queen?
I mean, I don't know. But it's just, maybe it's a coincidence, but
It has been a very strange couple of days.
mm,
And I, for one, want to drink. So,
yeah, I second that.
do you want to talk about this? I know a place. We can go to Brass Crab.
Yeah, it's just across the road. Yes,
Yeah.
we used to go there. Yeah.
Just as everyone's speaking, Zachriel's, if I have to make a roll as well, would have just kind of left quietly and gone towards his father's.
Yeah.
Without really talking.
Yeah, so you all see that through the rubble, Sacriel just slowly. You can make, if you intentionally want to be stealth, if you intentionally don't want the others to notice, you can roll something. If you just do it naturally, they will just see you doing it. That will be up to you to decide, sonate it. What
Well,
you
we
would
learned
think.
Zachriel is not the most subtle person, so I think I'm not trying to hide stealth away, but I feel like I am just kind of like, I don't do no eye contact. I just kind of like, same as I beeline to the hatch, I'm just gonna be like, just casually start, leaving the area. Really, not really exchanging too much, apart from the one kind of conversation about with Lauren Deer, kind of what he found. I would say at that point, after that said, and they start talking to each other, I've already made a go of leaving.
Yeah, so you guys see that kind of like subtly, kind of like you see Sacriel kind of gingerly starts moving towards leaving the house, and you could discern based on where the direction, you know where he lives as well. He's kind of going through the back door of the house, through the kitchen, so it's likely the brass crab will be the other way. The entrance of the brass crab will make sense for him to be leaving through the front door. So based that he's leaving through the back door, that is kind of like here, you will guys figure out that he's likely to be going toward his home. Yeah. If you guys want to say something to him as you see him going, you can do so. Otherwise,
I don't much care.
Yeah, Oliver will try to like reach out and then just pull his hand back and just. You guys go enjoy your drinks. I'm actually gonna go hit up another hot spot that I know.
Say no more. Jared just turns around and walks away.
And I'll say, I lost one friend. I'm gonna talk to another. And then he'll walk off toward the keep.
What time of day is it right now, by the way?
so at this point, after you investigating for a while and all that, it's getting towards 8:30 in the evening, roughly. Based on the moon and how it's looking, so it's getting kind of late evening now. Bogler itself is an early rising, early night kind of town. There is not really the brass crab is where things will be happening, as well as the fishbowl. The fishbowl is more like a daytime establishment. The brass crab, both of them are open all day anyway, but people go to the brass crab more in the night. There is music. Nikita, the local bar, performs there. There is other performers as well. Normally they have live music going, where the fishbowl is more like a quiet, where the fishbowl is cheaper as well. The drinks and the service is not as good, but you get different type of clientele. You get more like the typical older guys who have been going to the fishbowl all their life, sitting on the stalls, like getting completely smashed until they cannot walk anymore, kind of guys. The same few ones, and the brass crab is more like a lively, younger generations, a mix of both. Right. And you see Victor as well going. That leaves you Lorandir. And you, Jared. I guess you two together go to the brass crab.
Let's have a drink to Ispin, I guess.
Okay. Perfect. So why don't we do something just to kind of get some kind of order? Why doesn't everyone roll a d20, and we will start by the highest number, just to make it give it some kind of order, and I will write the numbers here, and that will be the order that you guys will stay. It's like a mini initiative of events.
That one.
Yeah, we will put you, Lorandir, and Jared together on the higher number, because that will make sense.
Good.
It's two of you. Okay. So, all right.
Oh, I accidentally still called Bob. Hang on.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I was gonna
no
say
worries.
something.
Yeah. Somewhere, yeah. In a town far, far away, in a different reality, you see Bob with his new
Don't talk about
instruments
this.
of the bards. Yeah. Yeah, we might have done a little one.
I don't have my
of the
harmonica
stream.
with me.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you guys are on a 19 together. Then let's see the other rolls. So Victor got a 17. Sorry, Oli. And Oliver will be on a 14. And what about Sacriel? Actually, what is Sacriel? Oh, yes, roll a d20 as well. So
I have.
Oh, yeah, I just don't see Sacriel's one. Okay, yeah. That's Mr. Sacriel. Oh, no!
Whoa.
Okay, well, that makes sense. All right, yeah.
Yep.
On a
Well, it's the
natural.
farthest away, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Because it's going really far.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. If you don't mind as well, we can
I
put
got
your
lost.
tokens
It's been a
out,
while.
actually, if you want, just for fun. I'll make them smaller for you, if it's okay with you. Oliver, you will be leaving town, so you will be going towards the river gate. That will be the exit you will be taking up there all the way. So I'll just make your tokens diminute just a little bit. Let me just make them cuter. Oh, look at that! Oh, yay, so small. Okay. All right, so let's start with you, Lorandir and Jared, and you can guys put your tokens, and as you get them out, I will make them baby cute. Okay, perfect.
Where is my token?
Yeah, it will be in your Jared Smith, so you can actually
Journal.
just go to your journal and drag it out.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you're so big, Jared.
Yeah, not for long, don't
I've
worry.
heard that before.
Whoa!
He drinks his milk.
And you will be going here. I'll put you. You will be going to Thornwall Keep, Victor. That's where Alas will be. That is where Becklin lives, and he kind of stays there regularly. Normally. So I think that's everyone, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. And you will be seeing that the card. So let's go on order now. So yeah, Lorandir and Jared, as you guys, I'll put your icon here on the side so it doesn't get confusing. Let's say that that's the card, so I'll keep it with Thessalia, the icon on Thornwall Keep. Alright, so as you together go to the brass crab, let me just find some description here, and I'll change the music and all that. If you want, it will take you a few minutes, so you exit through the main door of the house and you guys are together. So if you want to discuss something while I find the info, Lorandir and Jared, you're more than welcome.
So, How did you know Espen?
Well, we had a disagreement about a boar.
About a what?
It was in the forest. I was hunting this boar, and
Right.
I've been going after this boar for a couple of days, and then I finally had him, and I just shot my arrow, and to my surprise, 2 arrows hit the boar, and I looked along, and there was Ispin that had just arrived, wandered around, and he's taking my. Yeah, anyway, we had a bit of a, you know,
Let me guess. You couldn't decide
discussion.
whose arrow hit first.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was my arrow, but he said it was his arrow, and then, it was. But, eventually we kind of had a drink, and we saw the funny side, and it was a really big boar. We couldn't have taken it, so, we just split it up. But it was definitely my boar.
Yeah, fair enough.
But that was like 30 years ago. So long.
God.
Mm.
30 years ago?
Yeah, I was just just before 97, 96, 97. Yes.
Oh, just 97. Yeah. Yeah, I hope I don't live that bloody long. Life gets boring after 70, I've heard.
It's
For
got its
humans, at the
moments.
very least.
Yeah. I feel you have to keep moving just so you don't, become stale. It can be very depressing if you stay in the same place and people keep dying on you.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah.
I did everything I could to avoid Vogel, though. It was, wasn't very good being in my line of work, being surrounded by people you know. But hey, things are different now. I hope.
As
I
you
guess this is your new start.
I suppose you could look at it like that.
Okay.
What were you going to say, Cisco?
Yeah, no, as you two as you're having this conversation, you enter the brass crab. You see the first thing that strikes you is black funerary little banners as well inside the brass crab. You see this single story inn on the wharf where you are. Its exterior vaguely resembles its namesake. You see that there is outside there is like a big enormous crab, kind of like a banner with the name that says the brass crab on it, made out of like metal, like a kind of like old kind of brass looking metal. Inside there is quite a lot of people, as usual. You hear and smell straight away like a strong kind of like they have this signature lobster bisque made with different shells of lobster, crab, and all these different crustaceans. That is signature from the establishment itself, as well as they do lobster and crab rolls as well that are quite nice. So you get that kind of strong smells of those food ingredients, and you see a circular common room as well. On the very back, you see a faded mural with two enormous crabs locked in combat, once more inlaid with brassy kind of like paint and details. The mural's origins, you will know, that is lost to time, but you also know that the names of the crabs are Fancy and Gorgeous George. Everyone knows that. Also, you see that there is 4 short holes that branch to this common room, and there is some kind of alcoves, and each of them there is also rooms that you can hire potentially. That's not the case because you guys live here, but there is some all going to an upstairs area as well. Even though it's a single story, there is like a little attachment building that leaves the actual brass crab. Is more like a building adjacent to it. That is where people have their rooms there as well. As you enter, the first thing you notice as well, you notice eyes, Jared, kind of looking at you, but there is no reaction for them. Is the same as the last few times when you've been here. The looks of your family kind of go through you and pass you, that it makes you feel very uncomfortable. In there you see, as well as the barkeeper that normally is the owner of the establishment, you see this woman called, she's an Ergothian woman called Jalmi. You guys can help me to tell me how you pronounce that. I think it will be Jalmi, I guess, right? Let me just write it here.
How do you spell it?
Yeah, that's why I'll put it here for you. Enter Jalmi, right? Jalm?
Yalm?
Yalme?
Jalme, right? Yeah, let's call it Jalme, okay? If that's cool with everyone. And
Sure.
you see her, she's like a slightly older lady with like a kind of like a headband, quite like a, she's been around, you know, she's always smoking. You see behind the bar, she's got like a cigarette in her mouth, kind of like a quickly
packs a day.
rolled, yeah, typical serving drinks, super hygienic, with a cigarette in her mouth, kind of smoking, ash kind of going all around it. There is a lot of ash and smoke from people smoking around the place itself as well. In there, you see her, as well as, like I mentioned, you notice the eyes of your mom, Lily, going past and through you, kind of, as well as your sister, Olivia. Your mom is engaged at the moment, taking an order in a table. So she kind of like looks at you for a second and then avoids eye contact as you look at her, as she's done before. Your sister, make a charisma check if you want, Jared. Otherwise, you could just let it pass. Your sister Lily, your sister Olivia as well, is there. She seems to be cleaning a table with a cloth. And let's see. With a 14, she kind of looks towards you for a second and kind of raises her eyebrows and kind of makes a gesture to go towards you. But before she does that, you see that your mom looks towards her for a second and they both join looks. Your sister looks down again. And kind of like stubbornly, you know her. She's very much, your sister is like, I do what I want kind of thing. That's something your sister would probably say sometimes too. And you see her, she's going towards you, straight line, like quite challengingly in an aggressive kind of a way. And you probably know, as you know your family very well, that means she's not getting on with your mom today very well. So the look of your mom that you kind of go is like, oh, your brother is here. And she's like, oh, well, I'm going to say hello independently, whether you think or not. And that's kind of like her attitude, that she's going like, almost like, I don't care what you say, mom. Kind of, yeah.
I'll just sort of jokingly reach for my sword and go, what?
Amazing. And Lorandir, this seems quite awkward to you. You're kind of like stuck there between this weird situation. You are very perceptive as well, Lorandir, and you have been around. You don't know really Jared that well to know what's going on, but you do know that his mom and sister works here. So the fact that the mom is kind of like, even though she's taking an order, she just kind of like completely pretend that she didn't even notice that he's there, but it's kind of impossible because the place itself is not that big for her not to have noticed. And you know how servers are, you know, they're always aware of their surroundings, like a 3D kind of like thing in hospitality, 3D view we call it, you know, you have always looking around you, behind you, to make sure you don't bump with anyone. So anything that changes they will have noticed, and you two are quite dressed differently and quite rare in the brass crab, let's say, at least you, Lorandir, even though you have drinks with this pin before, you're quite characteristically dressed. People look at you all the time, and you notice this. How do you react to this as you see Olivia approaching you both?
I feel like there's something that maybe I don't know, so I'm going to just stay back and let them say hi as family. And I'll just be ready to say hi if they address me.
Okay, perfect. As Olivia approaches you, Jared, she goes like, "Oh, hey," and she kind of like pushes you with her shoulder, kind of like jokingly. And then she kind of moves back for a second, like kind of thinking like she can feel, you can actually see it. Your mom is staring at her like with this face, like she's kind of like constipated kind of face. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. And then
Sounds
her
about
demeanor,
right, yeah.
her demeanor kind of like changes slightly, like, oh God, you know. And she says, "Hey,
Well, I guess I always was the good-looking one."
Oh yes, keep telling yourself that, bro. You know it's not true.
What was? Sorry, Cisco. What was her partner's name again?
Alas, you know, is actually Victor's friend. Yeah.
Fair enough. I was gonna say, how's Alice doing?
Oh, you know, I guess you heard the news. Poor.
News travels fast.
Poor Ispin, yeah. She kind of looks down, pretending you know your sister very well. She wasn't really close to Ispin. She's just rolling with the vibe of the place itself. She's not really that touched by it at all, but she's kind of like making it like she is, because, you know, you see everyone's a bit somber around. This is the pictures of how they look like actually as well. Let me just put them here for you two guys to see. So you see on... one second, let me just make sure I don't get it wrong. So left to right, you got Lily on the left, and then Olivia on the right. So Lily is your mom, this one here, and then on the left, and then on the right you got your sister. So you are talking to Olivia on the right at the moment. And, yeah, so yeah, he's gone to Blacklands. She's gone to his house at the moment. He's just there dealing with the preparations for the burial and all that, you know. It's gonna be tomorrow, his funeral. Just, I mean, poor guy, right? He was quite close to you, wasn't it, brother?
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. It doesn't quite feel real yet. Yeah, had a bit of a bet with him going, and I'm not really sure how to feel about that now, because I lost. But
what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
He as a joke, he bet that he'd be the one to kick the bucket first.
Oh.
And I said, oh no, you know, I said, oh, there's no way. And he basically said, let's put some skin in the game. If I go first, you have to promise to turn your life around. It doesn't matter. I see Mum still doesn't believe I can.
Yeah, you know what she's like. What can I tell you? I mean, she's really pissed off today with there's been quite a lot of new customers, as you can see. I guess people are they're coming from different places for the funeral. There is quite a few strangers and interlopers like around. So there has been very busy at
causing
work.
trouble?
Yeah, not really, not yet. Let's hope they don't. Still early.
Well,
A table?
I'll probably be here for. What? Sorry.
You want a table or you want to go on the bar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we'll grab
hi.
a table. I'm expecting a few more people.
Hello.
All right.
This is my friend.
Oh
by the way,
yes.
Victor.
Hi. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Oh, not Victor. Lorandir. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
Lorandir.
Lorandir. Yes. I know
Sure.
you. I know your grandfather. I mean, well, Alice knows your grandfather. He's my friend. Yeah, and she kind of like puts a face, and you see her blush a little bit. Looks towards you, Jared. My friend. Yeah, she kind of repeats it again.
Yeah. Yeah. Really close friend.
Well, we are working on it. He's working on it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know what I'm like.
Okay, friendship is good.
I wish I didn't, to be honest.
Yeah, and at this point as well, as you both, she kind of directs you towards a table next to the stage, where you see a beautiful woman that just sits on the stage. Why don't you actually sonate it? Describe to us how does Nikita looks like as she kind of like enters the stage, just like for funs and giggles. Well, I find a picture of her that I have here anyway. But if you help me with that, how does she look like as she kind of sits in her stool, getting ready to perform? Sorry for surprising
Guess while you
you.
get an image on, you'll notice they're an elf, and this is the bard of the town, the go-to, the person who kind of I believe she's a wood elf, so she comes from like the nearby, you know, she's local as local can be, just she's just the girl in the woods next door, you know. It's she's that kind of person, and very kind of bubbly, and very completely opposite, I guess. Zakrul's this kind of like acts like, oh yes, you know, I'm smart as shit in a room. Well, she's just like, she's like the polar opposite. I feel like it's kind of to Zakrul, and it's kind of just like, oh man, chill out. Like, you know, it's very kind of hipster, if you will.
Yeah. And I will imagine she will sit on her stool that she brought to herself with an attitude, like you were seeing. She's kind of swinging her hips a bit too much, kind of like everyone is looking at her. She's right there, obviously. And I
feel like she would have her own custom stool. She would have designed a stool that she takes everywhere with her. I feel like just in this moment, I feel like to match her outfit and everything, and
definitely.
So there's like the greens and whites. So it's very kind of like, think about like weirdly enough, like old school like floral white green designs that you see in your grand's house or something. I don't know. Just kind of decorating chair. So it's a cross between, could be at grandma's house, could have been painted by a kid. You know, who knows?
Amazing. And she loves the attention. This is something that you know about her as well. She's just loving her performance. She's taking way too long to set up what is only a stool and a guitar, you know, and she's just like keeps moving it left, right, center on the stage, kind of loving everyone looking at her and waiting. She grabs her instrument, her guitar, and she starts performing a slightly out of place song as usual, perhaps too joyful considering the black banners everywhere, just to kind of keep the originality and make sure that she gets all the attention possible. And as she does that, go ahead, zonate it and roll a d20 2d20s. We'll take the highest and we add a +5 to it. That will be her performance
Oh god.
on this beautiful song that is completely out of tune and out of place, as always. She knows she's got a sixth sense to be able to do that, so she breaks the whole atmosphere of the place. Yeah. Oh wow, that's bad. Ping, ping, ping. Yeah, sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah, 4 and a 5. I think it definitely like she's trying to like do her usual thing, but I feel like in this moment she's kind of like, "Come on, guys, he would want us like this in the dumps," and they're like looking at her, just kind of like, "Ooh," and they're still miserable. It's "Ooh, tough crowd, ooh."
Yeah, you are not sure, like, as you're looking at her, the both of you, Lorandir and Jared, you aren't sure whether she's tuning her instrument or she's already started to perform, because it's like, what? You know, like, it's such a wing, like, strident kind of sounds coming from her guitar. Is that a guitar? No, it's more like a little ukulele.
Lute. She got the lutes.
Yeah, like a lute. Yeah, okay.
Lute,
Yeah,
ukulele.
a
I
lute,
would say
yeah.
more towards the ukulele.
Yeah. And she's kind of like really going bang, 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 like a really strong medieval kind of like tones, and everyone is kind of like kind of whispering to each other. And you see the barmaid, she kind of leaves the bar and she approaches you and serves you your regular drinks. At this point, Jared, what will you be drinking as we finish this scene with you? She will give you your regular drinks. What will they be, Lorandir and Jared? And then we'll move to Victor after that.
You know, I hadn't actually considered that.
I'll make a note of it. No pressure.
Well, Lorindar would normally have red wine, but because of the occasion, he's going to have some beer, which was Ispil's favorite drink.
Okay. All right. So let's call
I'll
it,
second.
beer. Let's call it like maybe like a
Good dwarven beer, strong and dark.
yeah, dwarven strong.
Stoucher.
Yeah, strong stout. You know the dwarven beers as well. They have such a high alcohol content and an extra spicy
Yeah,
to them.
I will sip it. Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of, you know, that if for you, for anyone who is not dwarven, because they have an extra resilience on drinks, it will taste like almost like burns your mouth on the first few drinks, the few sips until you get used to. Is very strong as well. Yeah,
Worth it.
amazing, totally worth the money. Yeah, she kind of like
It's
puts
been-
it
Yeah.
on the table where you're seated. And what about you, Jared?
I'll do the same thing.
Okay.
Same beer, whatever it was that
Yeah.
Lorandir ordered. If it was Espen's favorite.
Okay. Martin, why don't I put you on the spot further? For this 6 inspiration, what is the name of the beer?
Is the Deep Treasure
Ooh, okay.
dwarven beer.
Yeah, Deep Treasure Dwarven. Yeah, I love that. Amazing. So
about to say
please,
that.
sorry, go ahead. Oculan?
No, nothing. Sorry, just bad joke.
Yeah.
Could I do one for a laugh? I had
Yeah, of
one in
course.
my head. Could it, since it's like dark and stout, like can the Underdarker?
Oh, okay. That's another brand. Yeah, we
It's
have,
darker than the Underdark
yeah,
stout.
you get another D6 too, and the darker. That's
Yes!
another one. Yeah. Okay. That's 2 brands of very popular dwarven beer that just appear on this world now. So yeah, and the darker. Okay, I love that. And as you both take a sip, please give me Constitution saving throws straight away, as it is a dwarven beer and they are resistant to poison by you guys, I know. So it's kind of like a vodka from Russia, you know, one of those that is like, fuck, it burns your throat straight away. With
Is
the
it like
first-
Gold Slag where you got the little bits of gold that cut your throat kind of thing, but it's like going to the bloodstream?
Yeah, I will imagine it's just like, Lorandir, it kind of hits you and you're like,
It's like
Yeah.
I
Same.
tried to sip it, but I took too much. You know, the biggest sip, too big. Yeah.
Yeah, so the both of you, as you kind of take this sip, if you want to make a performance check to not to actually look like you just like making a fool of yourselves, you can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, you can describe to me what happens when you take the sip, if yes, okay? Either are, I'm happy with.
Yeah, Lauren just would cough.
Okay.
Like, openly, like,
Yeah, okay,
and would
amazing.
cough for a while, and
Yeah.
then eventually come back to the table.
All right, awesome, yeah. What about you, Jared?
Sorry, what?
Not Jared. As you drink the beer, you can make a performance
gotta
check
stick.
if you want to pretend that is something else that is not the beer. Otherwise, you can just tell me how it looks when you sip the beer and you realize how fucking strong it is and how you react to it.
Could I just re-roll it with a personal inspiration?
If you really want to, 100%, yes, of
Yeah.
course. Please use
Yeah,
the inspirations
I like
for
a
beers.
safe
I love
face.
that.
That's fine.
Wow.
There we go.
Okay.
Easy.
Yep.
Nothing.
You see, I will imagine like Jared is about to sip, but then time kind of rewinds, and then he stops and then looks towards the beer, knowing, and yeah, as you you see him taking a huge sip, Lorandir, if that's okay with you, Oculan, way too big for knowing the kind of beer that it is, as you're there kind of like coughing, and then the scene cuts towards you, Victor, as we are there. Let me just put Nikita here on the side, 1 second. Let me just minimize her. As you are there, we are walking around town. Our frame is following you, our mind's eye, through. As we pass through the village's circle, your steps keep going up towards the river gate. Far in the distance, you just see Oliver, kind of like as the river gate opens and you see him leaving town discreetly, kind of like, well, not discreetly, he's going. Oliver, will you be going just like walking straight forward, or will you be kind of like keeping up? Would you like to leave stealthy? That's the question, more like to Lucky, or would you like to just go?
I imagine he's just gonna be casual about it. There's no need to be stealthy, especially in his home turf.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so you just see him kind of just exiting through the river gate, and as we keep on you, Victor, you are there with your little panther cap as well that you are still holding, and you see on the distance the ancient ruins of the Solamnic Keep that is perching on a rocky rise on the western edge of town, known as Thornwall Keep. Looking for Alas, who lives with the knight Beckling Uth Biharin, that is the steward of the town as well. She's kind of in charge of the protection of the town, as well as with Oliver's family's father, Captain. Help me on this 1 second, because there's so many NPCs names.
Sir, Captain
Captain
Walter.
Walter. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Captain Walter Lionmane. Sure, right? Golden Mane, yeah, sorry. Damn it. I knew I was gonna. I even have the paper in front of me. Yeah, who are also, as well as with his brother as well, Edwin, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah. They're kind of like in charge of the militia on the town, as well as with Arwen. With 1 second. With Kenrick as well. That is Kenrick Greenleaf. Is also Kenrick Greenleaf is more with the working privately. He's more with Cajol Ironstone. He's more like a private militia, kind of, really. But at the moment, he's visiting the town. Not that you guys know that. He doesn't always live in town. but he's more on the private forces of the Knights of Solamnia as such. So as we keep on you, on the description of there, we see that this 3-story tower, partially ruined walls that surrounding the badly maintained keep. The tower's ground level, you know that there is a small library that collects local relics, old pieces of rusty tools and armors from ancient Knights of Solamnia. Well looked after, because Becklin cleans them regularly, as well as with Alas. It's one of Alas' jobs to do this. Also, you know that Becklin's room is on the uppermost story of this 3-story keep. And there is like a ladder that leads to the keep's crenellated roof as well. On the roof, as you see that there is like a weird contraption that you are familiar with being there. It's like a catapult-like contraption that sometimes some of the gnomes from Mount Nevermind come and kind of check it out, as well as this rabbit folk that is a mage that you know from your village, actually. Sometimes he keeps an eye as well. It's a semi-magical device, and it kind of requires care. This device is called a gnome flinger, actually, and it's a catapult that you could actually use to catapult people very far away with it. It's like some kind of weapon of war, but it's never really been put to use as far as you remember as well. Sometimes you hear that these gnomes kind of like in this keep, you've been here in the morning when they came, and they are so noisy and they always arguing with each other, and they come very early morning and kind of like just recalibrate the device and stuff like that. And Becklin has told you as well as Alas before that this will be used one day. If one day there is an attack, perhaps people could escape using this device. That doesn't make any sense really to you, because you look at it and it seems so dangerous as well to put someone there and be catapulted around. But yeah, it's magic, who knows. And as you enter the keep, what do you do? I'll leave it to you, Victor, to describe. As you enter the keep, you know that on the top floor is where you will find your friend. On the second floor, will you just make your way straight away? Will you look for Becklin? What do you do as you enter the keep? Thornwall's keep.
As I was walking to it, I was holding the wolf necklace that I have,
okay,
pendant, and I didn't realize, but I was holding it so hard that my hands started bleeding.
Ooh.
And so there's just a little trail of blood behind me, and I was just in this like a small like here. You can just see like I'm forgetting the word.
No worries. Take your time.
Tears.
Yeah.
Tears, and like tears going down like one eye. He's like trying to stop, and he's just walking straight to where he knows his friend is gonna be.
Okay. Coming from the top floor, you notice as well when you enter, you saw the cart, Thessalia's cart. There was no corpses in the cart anymore, but you didn't see anyone around. So you gather while you've been here that you saw Petal, Thessalia's horse, as well outside, and you hear them from the top upper floor kind of talking to each other at this point, and you hear Thessalia and Becklin upstairs talking, but you go directly towards where your friend will be. Do you kind of as you go up the stairs, you see this rickety kind of like curvy stairs that make a lot of noise as you going up, and slowly you traverse, you get to the door on the dormitory where Alas will be. What do you do?
I go up to the door and I kind of knock on it real loud, similar to how the police would if they would come up to your door. I would just knock on it real hard, like about say let's play 3 times.
Okay, perfect. As you do that, you hear the voice of Alas coming from the inside. 1 second, I'm coming. And slowly, the door opens as you find an drow man. Could you describe for us how he looks like, actually, while I get the picture out, if that's okay with you? I have it here ready.
Just find the picture that I sent. There it is.
Yeah, no, I got it here, so I can help you.
I
it's
found
a bit
it.
large, yeah? Okay, cool. But that's how it looks
So,
like.
he's got
Put him
this
here.
grayed skin. He is a drow elf, and so he's got the signature, like gray skin, still long silver hair, and red eyes. But the most noticeable thing about him is how disfigured and how scarred his face looks. He's got scars all over his face. His face is just generally disfigured, but the most noticeable thing is the amount of scars on his face.
All right, and you see him there. He greets you. Hey, how are you doing? Oh, and you see straight away on his red eyes, they are very, like he's been crying. You also know as well that he's one of Ispin's children, how he used to call you all, and he seems to be very, very touched by what you get for this point, that is Ispin's death. He's looking at you and said, have you... He looks towards the cap that you have in your hand as well. And he says, oh, who is that? And he kind of like puts the finger towards to touch the little panther-like cap. Why don't you make a d20 roll, Victor, yourself, for the cap to see how he reacts to that. And I will add a die to whatever you roll myself. And based on that, that will be how the cap reacts to Alas trying to pet it. So you roll for us, Victor.
It's a bad die. I want it to be low and to bite his finger.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's not bad.
Okay. All right.
18.
That's okay. I roll a 4 for the cap as well from him. So from them. So however, so that's a 22. So you hear like a tiny like kind of thing, but then straight away, as he sees the cap, notice that he is very close to you somehow. He kind of reacts, like becomes all cute, and kind of straight away starts letting Alas pet him. And he looks towards you as he pets him. The little cap looks towards you, Victor, as he's doing this. And Alas says, so have you heard about Ispin?
Before he says anything back, he kind of hears his words and kind of his grip on his amulet that he's still holding kind of tightens even more, and like now it's steadily bleeding. It's not like drips of blood anymore. It's like steadily bleeding.
Oh, he noticed at this point as well, and he looks at you and to your hand, and he says, "Oh, are you okay? You notice you're bleeding quite a bit, Victor. Do you want to have a wash in the sink? Please come in. Sorry, I'm just a bit lost really today. Please come in."
I'll say I kind of am too. And, well, when he says that I'm bleeding, I'll kind of drop the amulet and look around, look for any injuries on myself, and just be surprised that my hand is bleeding now.
Yeah. You look at it and you notice all the blood there as well. That is kind of disconcerting. And he says, please come in. Sorry. And you kind of enter. You see like a very humble room, organized, like a double bed on one corner, a little bedside cabinet, a table, some very basic armor that he's not wearing at the moment, and he's got some kind of food that he was eating, you gather, but it's very little food, so you, based on that, knowing your friend, you will know that he's not very hungry and he's just forcing himself to eat, just because he probably hasn't eaten anything all day. And he says, God, it was such a horrible accident. I mean, who will hurt? Who will hurt Ispin? He was loved by anyone. Everyone loved him. It was such a horrible thing, right? Where were you actually? Where have you been? I was in your house. I went to the village after when I heard the news, but you were not there. I asked your dad, Garrick, and he told me that you were gone, but he wasn't sure where you go.
It's been a crazy couple of days. And I'll kind of just tell him about all that's happened to me in like slut form throughout the couple of days.
Okay. As you telling him, you see his face starts changing from different emotions. In the beginning, he's like, what? And you see he's not really, not that he's not believing you, but the story you are telling him on his mind doesn't make any sense. And it gets to a point that you actually have to like say, dude, you know, I'm not having you on here, right? Like you see on his face, like he's like, yeah. And then you went to a god's temple, yeah, the ancient gods, right? Oh, and Kiri Jolith, yeah. Oh, you saw the statue of Kiri Jolith. Oh, yeah. And you see on his face, but obviously you are his friend, and wow, that really does make no sense. But sure. I mean, you can tell me all about it. And you guys kind of, he tells you that the funeral is tomorrow as well, tomorrow evening at dusk. So you will have much more time to discuss it. And as you are there, is there anything you would like to ask him before we cut into our next person? That will be Oliver. Victor.
I'll just say to him, to get our minds off of this, let's do a little spa session. And if he agreed to it, I would pull out my scimitar that I don't use very often.
Okay. All right. He will. All right. He will get his long sword out. Make a. Which check would you think it will be good for this? I'll leave it for you to decide nightly, and then he will match whatever check you do himself. What do you think it will be a good one here? Will it be wisdom, perhaps? Straight wisdom? Will it be your attack roll? Will it be whatever you think? Performance?
Well, I have like an ulterior motive for the spying. I'm just like trying to distract him and myself for a little bit.
Okay. So if you want to do, yeah, based on that,
wisdom,
you tell
maybe?
me. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, perfect. So make a d20 roll and add your wisdom to it. He will do the same.
Cool. Let's say 13.
Okay, yeah. On this time, he's kind of like, it kind of makes sense. Your And even though you're using the opposite hand of the one that is bleeding at the moment, it might not be the hand that you use normally, and you see that at some point he seems quite angry because what is happened, and the anger gets the worst of him, and for a second there is a situation where his sword kind of hits you a bit too hard on yours. Make a dexterity saving throw, or drop the sword. I will let it for you to decide whether you want to do that. Your weapon, it's up to you.
Dexterity saving throw.
Yeah. Yeah.
8.
You manage. You try to hold it, but you see as he hits you with his sword, your weapon falls on the floor and clinks. At this point, you hear from the top floor like, "Oh, is everyone okay there?" And you hear Becklin's voice, and Ala say, "Yeah, it's all okay, don't worry." And then at this point, you see that tears start kind of running off from his eyes and weeping, and I just can't deal with it. I just can't believe it that he's gone. And you see, like, that he's so angry because of that. And I guess as he kind of embraces you into a hug, we cut off from that scene as he's completely destroyed with what's happened. Anything else you would like to do before we cut to Oliver? Victor?
I mean, I could suggest we go to the bar, but just so it's easier for us to be all together again as a party.
Okay. All right, perfect. So you stay there for a while, yeah, and then you will eventually go to the brass crab too. All right, amazing.
Yeah.
Cool. And then we move to you at this point, Oliver. You've already left the town. It's a couple of hours have passed, and you are getting to the location where you are going. You see, as always, there is some carriages on the outside from the different guests that visit this establishment. Parked outside, there you see the magical watery effect of their wild river willow banner is kind of illuminated with magical lightning, and there is like a sound of an actual river itself kind of sound going on in there as well as you are about to enter. How would you imagine the building to look like? I'm gonna put you a little bit on the spot here, Lucky, if you're okay with that, because I haven't actually thought about it that much. I thought about the magical lighting and the river sound, even though there is no river around. But if you have any ideas, tell me how it looks like as you are entering it, and I'll change the music a little.
So, I imagine it's like I picture sort of like a square building with like 2 stories. On the second story, there's like a little balcony with a handrail. There's 2 girls on either end, and they'll be like calling out to any of the gentlemen or anyone walking inside, like any ladies or gentlemen. And they'll just be constantly calling out to them like, "Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you can make like if you can survive all the others, or if you can make it past them to us, like they're calling out to them. They're catcalling basically. I'm not good at catcalling, but they are.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Definitely.
And on top is the sign. It's big bold letters. It's gonna say the Wild River Willow, and there's lights strung around it, like magical lights. They look like little will-o-wisps. They'll occasionally just move around, lighting up, changing colors from like light pink hues to like really bright, vibrant silvers. And there's just as you walk inside the building, there's just smoke. It's a haze everywhere. It smells of tobacco, or sometimes you'll get like a really strong herbal, like a really strong potent herb. Not entirely sure what it could be. Could be hallucinogenics. Could just be something, to get your nerves low.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
something similar to marijuana, that kind of notes could be, right? Like a small, strong
Yep.
smell, something like that, and it's kind of like it's diffused by incense. There is a lot of incense around, I will imagine, if that's cool with you. Some kind of like to diffuse the different smells, and you see people playing games as well on the tables. There is like a darker area on the back. You see on the middle of the establishment there is a beautiful pole as well, like a magical kind of like ethereal looking one, where a beautiful woman, two little clothes, is dancing around the pole, kind of like all sexy and twirling and spinning around. You recognize one of the droplets, as they are called, the girls of the establishment. Which one will it be dancing there? If that's okay with you to also mention from the names that we discussed already.
I would picture it's like a very blonde, sort of a dwarvish woman.
Ooh,
And
okay.
she's coming down from the pole, and she's just got really big round hips. She's got very basically like a, I don't want to say like an hourglass build, but she's just very curvy,
Mm,
big hips, and she bumps into everything as she like runs up. And
nice.
she's like, but she was best friends with Oliver's mother.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, she's
Uh,
kind of
and,
like a
uh,
bit, maybe a little bit. I wouldn't go old because these girls are based on beauty, but she's not a young bird. Let's put it like that, right? That could be something
Yeah.
that she's been around, even though she looks amazing. She's a bit like you describe, a little bit loopy sometimes. So in the moment she starts stepping off the stage, you realize on the stage she moves gracefully and beautifully, but in the moment she leaves the stage, she's kind of like a bit bumpy and uncomfortable around herself.
Yeah, and then her name would have been I imagine this one was probably sorry, I'm trying to remember the name.
Yeah, no worries.
Sapphire.
Sapphire, amazing. Okay, I'll make a
Yeah.
note of that, of how she looks like. Okay, yeah. Yes.
But Oliver's
Blonde.
walking in, and he's
Yeah, she
just
kind of
glancing around, and
she greets you as she comes out the stage. She notices you and she approaches you. Hey, Ollie. Will you be okay with her calling you Ollie, or will that be too
yeah,
informal?
that's fine.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
She says, "Hey,
Oliver was
hi."
practically raised there, you know.
You see her voice changes a little bit as well, like she's using this kind of like sensual voice within the establishment, but she doesn't use that voice with you because she's got a different relationship with you in a way. So it goes like, "Oh, hi," and then she kind of changes to her normal voice, kind of thing, like less sensual, and it kind of becomes awkward for a second, and she stops using her sexy voice with you and says, "Hey, are you okay? How you been? Nice to see you. Please, you want a table? You coming to see the girls, I guess, right? And anyone you're looking for in particular tonight?"
Unless you can find my mother. No, there's no one in particular. I figured I'd just stop and say hello to all of you. It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's. She kind of looks towards you. Make an insight check if you want to, because you know the answer to this. But I don't want to put. Yep.
Love him.
Yeah, you kind of think in your mind, yeah, it's been quite a while, and you are inside in your own self. There is a part of you that keeps lying to himself, and you know that it hasn't really been that long, but you do say that to yourself quite often, to try to make it to yourself that you don't really come that often here. But there is a part of you that know that might not fully be true. If you know what I mean, because you were here a few days ago.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was actually trying to get some information real quick, and
Oh yeah, of course.
I also need a new outfit. like the
Ooh,
clothes are
okay.
covered in like ink. They're torn a little bit from like the trials that we were just in. But his hat is still kind of clean and pristine. And he'll look at her. You know I like blue outfits. Can you just get me something not so torn and covered in ink as well?
Of course, yes. You know we always have things on the back. You know how it works here. Some of the guys
Of
get a bit
course.
too crazy and they leave. I was thinking something. Not that that I ever think someone of your rank, if you know what I mean, will be wearing something. But we've cleaned quite a few outfits that we have there. Please come in. I'll, if you are comfortable coming to the back room with me, I can show you. There is a couple of really cool outfits there that I think they might fit you. Might be a bit too big for you because you know you are so slender and handsome. And she kind of like looks at you in a cheeky kind of way and winks for a second, and then changes to her normal voice again. She says that in sensual voice. But sure, please. And as
Don't forget.
Mhm.
I was gonna say, you gotta get that. You gotta get that. Your customer voice under control.
I know, right? It's just, damn it, it's just so hard. You know, we know each other for. I've known you since you were little, and but you know there is so many panthers around. I have to keep up my appearances, right? I don't want them to think that you are. Not that they would, because we are a different race. Well, this is getting really awkward now. But yeah, you know what I mean. We don't want them to think that you are my son, right? So yeah, I have to keep it up. But yeah, thank you, Ollie.
Of
And
course.
she...
Now let's
Mhm.
go ahead and go to the back and check out some of the outfits. And let me ask you some more questions about what happened recently in town.
Of course, yes. You know, the people talk too much. They come here. I don't even think sometimes they come in for the obvious thing that they are coming for. It's not that. They just want a friend. They just want to talk. They want to criticize their wives, you know, like tell us their bullshit like we
Of
care.
course.
It's just so lame. That's the part I hate the most about my job.
Listen, this isn't some run-of-the-mill whorehouse. This is a brothel. They come here for companionship, someone they can lean into and talk to, and you know, dance away the night. Hopefully,
Yeah, I mean,
we're people of class here.
of course. I mean, Diamond was telling me that there has been weird clientele coming lately. I mean, you wouldn't believe it, but there were creatures
Clientele.
like, yes, otherworldly almost. You know, she had a panther. He was dressed up with a hooded robes and stuff like that, and then he wanted a lap dance, and then she started dancing, and then she looked at his face. His face was like a snake or something like that, believe it or not.
Funny that you say that, because me and some new acquaintances, uh, we found someone that, or well, we found a couple that matched that description. Can you tell me what did they say? Like, come on, give me
I
more
mean,
details
he
here.
didn't really speak a lot. He was quite, seems to have a lot of money, and he had like he was blue. His skin was like a bluish, like a dark blue tone. Kind of like yellow eyes, and he was very quiet, and he didn't really speak a lot, but he was loaded, it seemed. And then as Diamond noticed eventually what he was and stuff, he kind of like vanished out of like almost like magically, if that makes any sense. I don't really understand magic myself.
Wait.
But
Oh, speaking of magic, he'll play a little clever trick. He'll pull out a minor illusion, a diamond necklace, and he'll hold it out in front of her. I got you a little something.
oh wow, that's beautiful. What is this? And she kind of like reaches
Go
out.
ahead and take it.
Yeah, she kind of
And
goes
she
to take
touches
it.
She just puts her hand through the illusion.
Wow.
Fun little. Little fun fact. My new friends I was traveling with, we ended up going through some sort of like vision or dream, and not sounding too crazy. Long story short,
Uh-huh.
I can now access some magic.
Yeah, I see. This is new. Wow, this is amazing.
Yeah, but
I
it's
can't
very
believe it.
important.
Wow.
It's very important though that if you have any information about that lizard that you were talking about, try to get me anything you can about him, and just, you don't have to tell me right now. Just write it down and give me a report about it later.
Okay, all right. Yes, I can do that. Also, you can make a history check at advantage if you want to recall the colors of the creatures you fought. Well, the leader who escaped, actually. And tell me.
Oh, natural freaking
Wow,
20.
okay. With your 22, you will think that 100% sure the creature who escaped was not didn't have blue skin. So there is more than one now going on here. Also, you remember that one of the ones you fought used magic, but this one was not blue neither. The one of the ones who Lorandir, he seemed to be quite focused on Lorandir at some point, and he was using some kind of magic too, but he wasn't blue neither.
Any of them... Sapphire, I'm so sorry to interrupt you again.
Yeah, of course.
Did any of them happen to have one of these, by the way? And he'll pull out the, like a little cloth, and he'll unravel and show the symbol of, Takeshis.
She kind of stares to
By
it.
the way, I'm saying that, not him.
No, that's I love that.
Did any of them wear this?
She looks at it. Actually, now that you mention, I think so. I mean, I don't actually know what it is. Diamond was commenting that this one had it almost like a brand. He had this brand on his armor. Once the kind of like tunic came off, she did not enjoy that at all. I can tell you that much. That was not a nice experience. But he was loaded, and she had no choice. You know, we cannot discriminate. But he had that symbol on the armor that he was wearing underneath his robes. What does it mean? What is that? It's a cool star, right?
No, if anyone shows up into this establishment wearing something like this again, it's very imperative that you guys don't do anything to alert them or scare them, or but try to pry, ask them some questions, but be very, very careful of these people. As far as I can understand, they're no good.
Okay, all right, we can do that. I can send a raven as well if you want.
Of
The
course.
Raven's Press, and we can let you know whatever you want.
Now,
Just to let you know,
enough.
the Raven Express is a thing on this world as well as in the world of the Forgotten Realms. So people use ravens to send messages. They are like a company called the Raven's Press, and it's being used in Kryn everywhere. They can provide special ravens trained to send messages, and they know quite a lot of locations around and stuff like that.
Now, enough of these troublesome worries.
Uh-huh.
Let's get a new outfit, and then let's just forget everything tonight. I just need to forget. I want to have fun. I want to party. Something I haven't done in a long time.
All right. Okay.
Also,
Yeah. Of
if
course.
you could, he'll pull out one more thing out of his bag. He'll put away the symbol after he wraps it back in a cloth.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll pull out the book, and he'll show her the pressed flower, and he'll say, "Can you get me a bouquet of these for the morning?"
Of course, yes. Whatever you want, Oli, I can arrange it for you. You know, we can. We have plenty of resources here. Okay.
This is why you girls are the absolute best.
Oh, Thank you. You are the best. We love you. Always
Now-
so nice to see you.
Of course. And one more thing. I should probably pay my respects for everything that you guys have done for me. And he'll pull out 30 gold in a small pouch and he'll put it down. He'll say,
Oh, no, please, Oli. This is way too much. It's
"No,
okay.
no, this is to thank you all for everything you did for me growing up, and I want you guys to have a great family connection in case I ever need to use you guys for information gathering or something like that. You guys have always been helpful, so
God.
please just take this."
All right. Thank you so much. I feel so embarrassed. Madame is gonna be so happy. Thank you, Oliver. This
Of
is way
course.
too
Now-
much. Miss Chandra is gonna be so happy. You not. Thank you.
Of course. And then now let's go and start to dance the night away, and he'll grab her by the hands and he'll whisk her out onto the floor and
All right.
spin her
yeah.
off, and then
Your favorite
hopefully he's
is
gonna
here.
drink and-
Yes, Sea Cucumber is gonna be so happy to see you as always. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Lucky.
Tea cucumber. As you say that, he'll grab a pipe and he'll put it in his mouth, and he'll
Yeah.
clap
Amazing.
his hands together, and it's just like it's like mariachi music starts playing, and he starts like
Yeah.
tapping on the
nice.
floor. He's in he's
Amazing.
he's somehow changed outfits really quickly behind like a curtain, and he's coming out to the floor, and he'll say, "The nobles have come out to party, folks."
Yay! Go ahead and
he's
make
gonna-
either performance or persuasion check at advantage. You see, like at the same time, like 5 or 6 girls kind of like stand up from where they were with the cheap skate customers, and they kind of go towards your direction. Oh wow, look at that! Of course.
24.
Yep, you see like sexy girls kind of coming your way. You see Sea Cucumber is one of them, looking beautiful as always. She's like a sea elf actually, and she's called Sea Cucumber because her green skin. She's like one of the finest girls, very exotic. Imagine like a Naomi Campbell but green instead of dark skin. So she's like all the hair like all the way down her waist, and she's got this beautiful kind of like smile and stuff, and she's like looking towards you as she approaches you, and she grabs your hand without saying anything and take you to the back straight away, if that's okay with you, Oli.
Whoa!
Oh yes, I was waiting for you, big boy. And she kind of like as you kind of go into the darker kind of like shadier thing, unless you
Oh,
want to
wait,
ask
wait,
something
wait.
else, please go ahead.
And then I'll call to Sapphire. I really need that bouquet of flowers for the morning. It's very important for. I need to apologize to someone.
Yeah, no worries. She kind of like replies. At this point, you see that she's with some older men as well, and her voice is changed into the sexy voice again. She replies to you with that voice. Okay, and as we cut off to Sacriel, go ahead and make a performance check actually once more. This will be, you can
No.
either do a performance check at advantage, or you can make a constitution saving throw, whichever one at advantage to, whichever one you prefer, because this is not your first time. Or
I'm gonna do performance because boy does he put on a show.
yeah.
Question: is this 30 gold as treasurer? Is this 30 gold coming out the?
No, it's
party
coming
loot?
out of his personal funds.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Also, you can add to your inventory this beautiful new outfit that you have. You can decide however you want it to look like, and it's like a noble.
It's gonna look like
a noble outfit.
You remember how Napoleon was like painted?
Oh yeah, okay, like the
and
white,
like the front.
white.
Yeah, he's got like
trousers.
the tassels on the shoulders. He looks like a dignified, like
Oh,
very showboaty
no.
noble, and he it's literally Napoleon's outfit.
Amazing, yeah. I love
Holy
that.
dynamite!
Yep. Oh wow.
I was trying so hard not to say Napoleon Dynamite every time I said it. I was like, don't say that.
Yeah. As we kind of cut to the sounds of pleasure of the night, very loud based on that 21 performance that lasts for a long night, and kind of like steamy windows and this kind of like scenario, like a bit Titanic like.
Well, the thing out of Titanic.
Yeah, and I see that kind of like in the window kind of thing. Yeah, and the green hands. They might not look as sexy because they have the things in between the fingers, you know, like like the monster of the sea kind of thing. That's the only thing but that makes it really special. Those things really work on the right situation. Yeah. If you know what I mean, yeah. The little, how you call that actually when it's like a skin between?
It's webbed.
Yeah, webbed. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
webbed,
it. Yeah. Webbed hand because she's a sea elf. All right. Yeah. Amazing. And we move to Zachriel last. Oh wow! Look at that.
I didn't press anything. That just
Wow.
happened. Oh my god! Why did that happen? I didn't press anything.
And the
Wow,
fireworks
look
for
at that
him?
dude.
What?
Yeah, yes, amazing. Yep. Amazing.
Well, that
Very
happened.
cool.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
But yes, me.
Okay, so we go towards you. Oh no, I just closed the screen by mistake. Okay, let me just find my window here. So we follow you through the town as well. Let me just change here, make it a little bit bigger, and we'll take you here to Finlake's fishery. Let me just move Alas out of the way as well. Yeah, as you start going towards your house, we pass through. You don't go to the fishery, but you hit it you see it on the far away on your way as well. You know your father wouldn't be there anymore. It's way too late at night now. Let me just put some music. This one. And this one, the country village ambience and music. Yeah, this is a good one. Okay. Yeah, maybe the fishing village even better. Okay, yeah, these two. And as you kind of keep walking around the town at night, you can go ahead and make a perception check actually if you want, as you are walking around.
12.
Okay, yeah, no, that is enough. As you walking around, you notice what it seems to be on the wall, in one of the walls, there is a letter. Actually, well, more than a letter, it's an invitation, really. You see in there is an invitation to a funeral, actually. And you see it on the wall there hanging. I will imagine you will approach it a little bit, right?
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see what it is first of all and see it's a letter. Is it addressed to my father?
No, this is just kind of on the way. You haven't arrived there yet to your father's place, but you just see an invitation on the wall saying, "Please join us tomorrow for Ispin Greenshield's
Oh, it's just like
funeral."
just a general
it's like a
thing,
leaflet, yeah.
to the populace, right? It's like a like a flyer.
Yeah, it's like a flyer, and it kind of like states the time at dusk tomorrow evening. Anyone sadly accident took place, and a bit too much information on this tiny flyer, as you see there, paragraphed, and it kind of like, as you look at it, it kind of makes you very sad, obviously, and makes you remember one more time about Ispin's smile and just the images that you saw in his house, and about things not being there. And then eventually you keep walking and see your father and the fishery. How does the fishery looks like? Let's start with that, if that's okay with you, Zonated, to describe. I'll make a notes here.
Yeah, I think it's It's in better shape than what it was. Because there were rough patches, considering the personal things that happened in Zacho's life, in the family, and then the business as well, kind of factored into that. It did have, and it's no secret, it's not a city, it's still a town, so word gets around, when businesses don't do well, so there was kind of that, and it seems to be having made a recovery. It was before before Zachariel left.
Hmm.
And I think that was kind of one of the cues amongst many other kind of things that kind of signified to Zachariel that it was time to kind of leave and just pursue the things he wanted to pursue. Yeah. But I'll say, like, kind of passing. It looks like your standard fishery. There's nothing. It's not like any. There's definitely bigger fisheries that have come around doing well. It's like an old family setup. Like, it's like it's not like it's not a franchise, a fish franchise.
Yeah, of
It's
course.
it's like a family small business kind of thing. It's nothing fancy. No huge boats. It is just very old school. Kind of one of these guys that's not gone with the times kind of thing. He's like, old school's the best school, and it looks the same as it ever was, but it's definitely had the repairs done. It looks a bit more kind of, it's had a paint job and all these sort of things compared to what it was. So yeah, but nothing, no major changes. It's almost like it's been that thing stuck in time, and it's not changed.
Yeah,
But everything else has changed around it.
as you kind of like also entering this place, you keep thinking of your mother, Diana, and where will she be? What is happening with her? As things didn't go very well between her and that has been very sad since she left quite a while ago now. But he pretends that he isn't. He always does that, like he doesn't care. But deep inside he's really hurt. He hasn't really been the same since she left. And as you were kind of getting closer, you actually see your dad. Will you please describe for us how he looks like as well, even though we have the picture here that will get sorted?
Yeah, well, he's definitely not got that youthful posture he once had, when I knew him, and it seems, seeing him, it's dad, but he looks a little bit older, and that, he definitely a bit more fragile looking, if you will. Still working, of course.
Yeah, you see.
Workaholic.
Yeah, you see he's kind of like, he brought some work home, let's call it like that, and he's working on this huge salmon, and at the moment he's kind of descaling it, so he's got one of those metal tools to take the scales, and he's covered on them. All his hands are completely red from the cold, as well as he's been working, and you see his all his clothes kind of like on working mode still, and he looks towards you and hey, oh, how you been, boy? And he kind of like kind of drops the fish where on this table that he's working on, and kind of goes towards the direction. I also put the letter on the stream as well. You can check it out there. That's what it says. I can copy it to Roll20 as well, if you guys want. And that's the invitation that you saw there. I'll just send it here. Yeah. So that's what you saw on the wall, and this is this kind of flyer. So he says, it grieves me to share the news that our dear friend Ispin passed away peacefully here in his home in Bogler. May fortune and the all gods protect his soul. Ispin friends are holding a memorial for him in the manner he always wanted. It will take place here in Bogler on the eve of the Kingfisher Festival, even though it will be the day before. Just that's what it means, that a day before the Kingfisher Festival. Write to ask you that Ispin will last honor. If you attend, should you come, accommodations will be available in the Brass Club, and that's why you gathered that there was, for even though you haven't been there, but the guys on the Brass Club, there was more customers than usually. And he says, through the circumstances I'm sad, I'm eager to meet you through our memories to reveal in the life of our great friend Beckling Uthmarin, Knight of the Crown. And you saw this flyer there, and your father kind of comes to you and is about to give you a hug. Do you let him? He's full of fish scales, and is not something that you might.
I'm like, take the apron off first!
You can make a dexterity saving throw, acrobatics if you want, or let him happen, or you can move away fast.
I'm gonna just do some, yeah.
Yep. And we'll go on break after this. Oh no!
I failed.
Yep, you fail as he kind of like, he hugs you like, oh damn it, you think it again, like, oh damn it, I forgot again, you know, because you have helped him quite a lot, and you don't really do anymore since you left and study and pursued your career, magical, and all the other things you've been doing.
I don't receive hugs often, I got caught off guard.
Yep, and you kind of feel it that it's much tighter than usual. And you know as well that your dad was quite close with Ispin as well. That's how one of the connections as well, right? That you have with Ispin is through him.
Yeah, they were basically like brothers. Ispin was the closest thing that Zachriel's kind of had to an uncle.
Yeah, so you notice kind of his eyes are red as well, like he's been crying, and you gather as well, even though he's a workaholic, that the reason that he's working now at this time, that is kind of like nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, is because he needs to disconnect from what is happening, you know, around. And he says like, I was looking for you, Sacriel. Is everything okay? You've been all over the place, you know, lately, and after the accident last night, I really needed you here, but you were not here. Is everything okay? Is there something you want to tell me? And he kind of looks toward, at this point he notices the symbol that is being burned into your hand. As, what is that? And he looks towards the shape of the tree, of the holy symbol that is burned into your hand.
I got a tattoo?
You can make a deception check if you want.
Feel I should give myself disadvantage.
I'm more than happy for you to do so, but you have
Because of
full
fatherly
inspirations,
insight.
I don't know. I mean, you don't have to make it, up to you. I'll let you decide whether you want to make it or not. He's your father, he knows you.
A 4 and a 6, so it's gonna happen anyway.
Yep. He looks towards you and says, yeah, tattoo. And you see that he stares to the symbol. Let me just roll for him. With a 4, he says, what is that actually? Is some kind of new trend? Is that a cult? He says to you. Another of that weird
No, Dad!
Magic.
No, Dad,
thing?
I have not joined a fucking cult. No.
It's those mages, they fill your head with nonsense, right? That rabbit folk guy was here as well, looking for you the other day.
The who now?
Yes, the mage with the white robes, the weird, the old man, the rabbit folk. I think Master Dreliax, I think he said he was his name. And you know, Master Dreliax is actually a mage. He's a Harengon. So he's a rabbit fork, actually, white rabbit, a humanoid creature. Is the only rabbit fork that you ever heard of. You didn't even know these creatures existed until you met Master Dreliax a few years back. He's the person who got you into the matrix of high sorcery in the past. And he's a well-renowned archaeologist. He doesn't really explore anymore, but he's an arcanist, and he used to be an archaeologist. But he had an accident, and his legs were crushed on some ancient ruin. And since then, he's been... Sometimes he uses some kind of metal wheelchair kind of like device. Sometimes he floats on a rock that moves around, but obviously he doesn't do the rock trick in public because people freak out as they see a rabbit creature floating on a rock around. So he uses his wheelchair, and he lives in Victor's village, coincidentally as well. You know that too. That is called Nithrin Kylora. That's the village where he lives, near Bogler.
Yeah. Right. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what he wanted.
Kind of.
But,
yes.
He was looking for you as well. I told you these mages, they are bad news, Zagriel.
I am more than capable to look after myself, Father.
Magical poppycock.
You know, I wasn't one for fish.
I know. All right.
My passions lay elsewhere. And you know who inspired me in that direction.
Yes, I know.
Who ignited the passion inside of me to explore something bigger than ourselves.
Well, he's not here anymore, unfortunately.
No, he's not.
He breaks, I mean, when they took his corpse out of there, Becklin, yesterday, and he was almost a charcoal. It was horrible. Becklin was there, so was Alas, and so was Flint. It was a horrible thing. I was so upset. You can imagine.
Sorry, Father, could you repeat who took him out?
Yeah, he was Becklin and Alas and Flint. You know Flint. He's one of the Knights of Solamnia as well that helps Becklin. And then you gather those other three. Yeah, so Flint, Flint, and then
Declan,
Alas.
Flint, and who is the second? Alice, did you say?
Alas is actually, you know that he's Victor's friend. He's this drow that is on the very top of the screen there at the moment. He's the squire of Becklin.
Okay, same person.
So
okay,
yeah,
cool.
Becklin Uth Barin.
Squire.
Alas is the squire of Becklin. And Flint is just another Knight of Solamnia. That you don't know, Flint.
Can I, as a question to the GM, could I do I guess, self-insider or some other role to be like, how heavy is armor
Okay. Yeah, I love that.
of the Knights of Solamnia?
All right. Yeah, you could do.
And what heights are these people?
Okay. I'll give it you for free. The smaller print, now knowing, you will think is Becklin. So you did see that there was different footprints. So yeah, make a history check or survival, I guess. Whatever you think it will make more sense of the two, or whatever is higher. Or insight, if you want. That works too.
I think history to just remember these people, maybe. Just kind of like...
Oh, hello. Like, feed me 2 kisses here. Hello, Julia. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, with
16?
a 16, you will gather that these armors of the Knights of Solamnia are very heavy. So the two more prominent footprints will be the smaller print, Knights of Solamnia armor, could very easily be Becklin. You gather the bigger footprint, also with an armor, will probably fit the measurements of Alas, as he always wear his armor. And you think this Flint person, that who you are not sure who it is, you could ask if you want. Your dad did mention that he was another knight, but potentially he wasn't wearing his armor, or you could ask that if you
Yeah,
want.
let me ask. Father.
Mhm.
This Flint person,
Yeah, of
what
course.
can you tell me about them?
Well,
And just kind of out, just to check, was everybody wearing armor? Maybe some words. I don't know.
of course, yes. Becklin and Alas were wearing armor, but Flint wasn't. Flint is one of the. He's with the dwarf. You remember her. Cajole Iron Smile. Apparently, she's got some regiment of militant militia that is with her. She's come for the funeral as well, and they're staying outside of town. And Flint is one of the guys that work for her, quite close to her. And you will know that this woman, this dwarven woman, who is very close to Ispin as well. She was part of Ispin's troop of adventurers, and is called that. Sorry, why cannot find her name now? Damn it! 1 second, I got her full name here. Cajole Iron Smile. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How do you say? I'd spell the first name.
Yeah, Ridomil Cajole Iron Smile. Okay. 1 second, I'll copy it here. Cajole is like like cudgel. Yeah, let me just. Good. Yeah, I think it's less spelled like this actually. It means actually something too, right? 1 second. Yeah.
Are you asking for cudgel?
Yeah.
A cudgel is a weapon.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah,
It's like a blunt mace.
Mm-hmm.
It's very usually a tight ball of metal.
Cool.
Yeah, and you know that she's a dwarf and she uses that weapon. That's why they call her Cajole Iron Smile. Yeah.
Okay.
And she is used to be part of the adventuring party that Ispin was part of. So if he's a friend of hers, this guy is trustworthy. You will definitely know that.
Okay.
Yes, they went through all his stuff and removed his possessions. It was such a sad thing. Becklin is keeping the corpse and they were embalming him. And like I said, the funeral will be tomorrow evening. So I hope to see you there, right? You are staying here now, right? Are you staying for a couple of days, I imagine? Or are you leaving again? He says.
I don't know.
All right. Okay. Come in. It's time that I made some food for you. I'll make you something. Will you?
Sure, Father. Sure.
All right. Okay. Just one extra information before we go. It's called the Ironclad Regiment. That's the militia that Cajole leads at the moment, and your father will have told you that they are staying nearby town as they come for the funeral as well. You would also know as well, I'm not sure how close you are to Thessalia, but you will also know that her brother actually is part of that regiment too. And that's why her brother is not always living in town, because he comes in and out, and he's part of the this regiment, the Ironclad regiment, that is actually led by Ridomir Ironsmal Catchell. All right. And as he prepares some food and stuff, unless you have any other questions or anything else you want to ask him, we will go on a little break. I'm sorry, I'm pushing so far. It's really late, so we should have gone on break a while ago. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We will be back in around 10 minutes, if everyone is cool with that. Until then, see you soon. And yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for staying with us.
Tickle says goodbye.
Yeah, oh nice. Hello, Tico. It's nice to see you, baby. Okay, let's go. Intermission. Alrighty, and we are back. Hello, and welcome back again, y'all. Thanks for holding on with us as we took a little refreshing break, nourish ourselves, and run some quick errands. So yeah, we are here. Thanks once more. As we go back to Bogler, without further ado, let's say, will you guys be okay? Okay, let's do like this. Let's go back one by one into our groups. If any of you have returned to the brass crab, we could just say that whoever has returned will be there on the brass crab too. If you guys don't think of anything else relevant, we could move to the day after, but that will be something we could decide as a team. So what do you guys think? I gave you like 5 options there, but yeah. Would you like to move to the day after? Would you like to reunite in the brass crab? I know Oliver wouldn't be there anyway, for sure. But what about the others? Will you be joining and having would you like to have a little scene on the brass crab once more and then we move to the morning better? Or would you like us to go back again to all of you? Options.
It's up to you. I don't mind.
Okay.
I mean, I would probably stay with my father and have a drink with my father as well.
Okay, perfect. So let's say that then you stay with your father. Is it anything else you would like to, because we finished with you, Sacriel, is it something else you would like to ask your father or any conversation? Let's take it from there, if that's cool.
Not at this time. I think conversations little. And just concentrate on like putting up with each other, I guess. But also, yeah, it's a bit awkward since it's been a couple of years.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And there's other things on Zachariel's mind which he'll look into first when he gets the chance.
Okay, fantastic. So then as we cut off back to the brass crab, on the meantime, Victor, you will have been making your way back, as you mentioned as well. Would you have liked to speak to Becklem before you go back, actually?
Well, I will have tried to have convinced Elas to come with me.
Okay, so go ahead and make a persuasion check. Let's do it like that, if that's cool. Normally I will have give you advantage, but you see that he is a bit kind of destroyed, so that will cancel your advantage, so it will be a straight roll. And tell me what you roll, please.
That was a 21.
Oh wow, okay, yes. So even though he doesn't really feel like, in a way, you see that he's a good friend of yours and he's kind of like doing it for you as well. So he kind of like eventually goes, okay, sure, yeah, let's go, let's have a drink, but just one, okay? I don't want to stay up until late. I want to be fresh for tomorrow. We still have to finish the things with the corpse and the preparations and everything, so I want to be not too long, okay?
You know me, I don't drink much anyway.
All right, and you have to tell me all about, I mean, you told me where you found him and everything, but what's his name, actually? Is it a he or is it a she? He kind of starts kind of analyzing that.
He's looking at the cub.
Okay, you can make a nature check if you want.
No, I'm asking if he's looking at the cub.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure. Okay. Yeah.
He will be helping you, so you see that he's kind of like carefully kind of focusing on his bits, and he's kind of like holding the little cup that he's been super friendly and very helpful towards you, but you two, despite the exploration. So you will have advantage because he's helping you, you know. So yeah.
Well, thank goodness, because I was in that one.
Yeah, I see. That would have been a scratch in your face, so it's lucky he's helping you. Okay.
Not much better, but a 9.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a little bit, but what would you like it to be? Would you like it to be a male? Would you like it to be a female? I'll leave it to you, Nightly, to decide that. Oh, you're on mute. Sorry.
He's flipping a coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm flipping a coin. Heads is male,
Okay.
tails is female.
All right. So let's see.
Landed on heads, so male.
Yeah. Okay. Also, out of game, you don't have to decide now. But have you thought of a name for them?
Sort of, but not really.
Okay. So you don't have to then think about it more whenever you are ready. Let us know. So he will say, oh, you haven't thought of a name yet. Okay, that makes sense. We'll call him Little One for now then. Okay. Can he walk? You always have to carry him?
Yeah, he can walk. He's just being pampered right now.
Yeah, you see that he looks towards you like with this face, like I don't want to walk, I want you to carry me around. Kind of face. You are quite close to animals, and you can see that he could definitely walk, but he enjoys you carrying him around like he's like a little emperor. All right, and as you both make your way out, is it anything else you want to ask Becklin or anything? Becklin will come to say hello to you at some point. As she does, you see she's a woman of high stature, on her mid 40s, 50s, hard to say, more on the 50s side, likely. And I'll actually post a picture of how she looks like, actually, in here. 1 second.
Right.
And she will say, hi, how have you been, Victor? Everything good in the village? Anything new happening?
Well, it's been a crazy couple of days, but I'm okay.
Yes, I know, right? And you see that her eyes are super red. She's definitely been crying as well. She's devastated, yet she's a knight, so she's used to hide her emotions, and you can see she's completely trying to hold it together and not to even mention the subject, because in the moment she does, she will burst into tears. So she kind of looks down to the floor and says, we'll have to deal with the future. I don't know what the future is gonna be like, but yeah, I'm so... Let's not talk about it, okay? Let's keep it for tomorrow, but I hope you and, his children, how you guys he calls you, will be taking part on the reenactment and the celebrations. You know how important it was for Ispin, and it will mean a lot to us if you actually embrace his memory, took part on the celebrations and the reenactment and all the things that we do for the day of the Kingfisher Festival, right? You will be doing that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'll be staying for the festival.
Okay, because you remember he loved this festival so much, all these things, and every year he will... And at this point, I'm gonna make a wisdom saving throw for her. At disadvantage, she kind of bursts into tears as she's kind of talking. She's keeping it together. She's not like fragile kind of crying, but she's like tears keep running down her face as she's talking, and she keeps wiping them away. Said, you know that Ispin will... Every year he will try to figure out of a new way for him to die. He used to find it so funny that to be part of the reenactment of the war, of the battle between the Hysterians and the Knights of Solamnia and all these things, and it was so important to him, so it would have been an honor for him, for you guys to participate, you know. You were his children, that's how he called you. And now that he's not here with us, I just don't know what I'm gonna do, really. I really don't know. But yeah. Sorry. Anyway.
I really don't want to ask this, but I need a little bit. I have reason to believe that this wasn't an accident.
What do you mean? I mean, everyone loved Ispin. Of course, what else could it be? I mean, it's obvious. You saw it there. His corpse, he was a knight. Obviously, it was some kind of candle flame. We found... but I don't know, I don't understand. Please elaborate.
Well, me and some of my acquaintances that I've recently met, we went to look at the ashes of his house, and one of my acquaintances fell off because one of the iron hinges on the window was melted. And I don't know about you, but I don't think candle fire is normally strong enough to melt iron.
I mean, accidents happen even to the best of us sometimes, you know. I understand you have doubt, but he had no enemies. Everyone loved him. No one will dare to try to hurt or do anything to Ispin. Who will do that? There is no crime here, you know that. Why would anyone do something like that? And she kind of looks at you with this stern look. But, I mean, I understand. It's been difficult for all of us. If you don't mind, actually, Victor, will you all be okay to come tomorrow morning? I have something, well, in a couple of days, once I get myself together on the day of the Kingfisher Festival, maybe come over. I found a couple of things of Ispin. I'm sure he will like you, even though it's gonna be hard for you to share things, but I'm sure he will like for you to have some of his possessions. Yeah?
Sure, yeah, I'll come over.
Alright, yes, and tell all your friends, Ispin's children, as he called you, not tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll see you in the funeral in the evening at dusk, but the day after, you know, on the dawn of the Kingfisher Festival, come back through the keep and I will see what I can find for you, even though you might have to share it. I'm sure I'll carry it clean and everything. I'm sure Ispin will have... Yeah. Okay, and you see that she's so kind of taken by the situation that she can't talk anymore, and she just says, okay, I'll see you later. I'm sorry for this, and she just kind of like walks off, literally. And you're definitely with Alas, that was looking at you and with this kind of face, like feeling really bad for her, and also quite touched by the whole situation.
I'll just kind of say, you know what, and I'll look down at the little panther, and I'm thinking, wow. All right, and I'll say to my little panther, and say, can you do me a favor for me?
He kind of gives you this face like you are not sure whether he's listening or not, but there is some kind of sentience on him.
Can you follow her and make sure she's okay?
Make animal handling at advantage. As you see, he kind of like looks at you and wriggles his... I'm not sure if panthers can move the tail. He starts moving the tail, like wiggles it in a very unusual way, like playful. And that will determine whether he listens to you. You have inspirations. I know you might... Oh, wow. Fucking hell. You definitely don't need it.
25 total.
Yeah, with a 25, he kind of like kind of growls for a little bit, and you gather that he doesn't really want to, but he's just kind of like jumps and lands on his 4 feet in a very kind of perfect fall with a 21 on his check. As he kind of does, and he kind of starts wiggling his tail and kind of moving, following Becklen, and he looks back to you, and he kind of growls before he kind of follows her up the stairs, going through the spiral staircase.
As he kind of walks away, and I'll say, "Remember, this is a favor. I owe you one now."
Kind of stops and for a second, and he looks at you, and he kind of is uncanny that he actually looks at you, and he seems to be understanding you, but he kind of like quickly, he's got quite a big of a personality. He kind of like does this turn of the face, like whatever, you know, and he keeps walking off, you know, with that attitude, as you see that he's just telling you, doing what you want to do, but he will most likely for you to be just holding him and petting him and walking him around. And yeah, and as that happens, the two of you kind of start making your way towards the brass crab, where all of you except Sacriel, who stays, or Oli, who is still there in the fun house, let's call it, are reunited. So the music still playing, Nikita is still performing. She's been going for quite a while now, and you see that the place itself, as it's getting to kind of like 10 o'clock at this point, it will be closing like 10:30, normally 11, depending on the night. But the place is getting more and more quieter, and I'll leave it to you guys as you see Victor and Alas kind of entering. In the moment you see Alas entering, Jared, you see that he's scanning the place looking for your sister, Olivia, I believe is her name, right? He's looking to see what she is straight away as he walks into the place, and but they're still going in your directions. And you, Lorandir, and Jared, you see Victor coming in with Alas, and I imagine you will be uniting them. They are in a table. You see empty drinks, and make another Constitution saving throw, the two of you actually, because I will imagine you will be having a second one by now, for sure, right?
Yeah, probably. I'm not trying to get shit-faced.
Yeah, okay. I will be rolling against you. Oh wow, with a natural 20, I'm gonna be really evil. Even though you didn't really want to get shit-faced, you feel the beers are really getting to you at this point, and this kind of deep treasure is much more strong, is much stronger than you anticipated, and the two of you are quite inebriated, even though you didn't really want to so much. It's like with two of these, it feels like you had 4 regular ones for sure. So you notice on their eyes with your high passive perception, Victor, that they are quite drunk a little bit, a bit too drunk for the occasion. But yeah,
when the party says they're just going for one.
Yeah. And Alas kind of greets you both. You recognize him as well. You might not be so close to him, but you know that he's one of Ispin's children, how he called you all as well. So he kind of greets you. He greets you funnily, Jared, kind of like shyly, like he's got this kind of thing with you that he keeps looking at you like he doesn't know how you're gonna react, you know. So he's kind of like trying to pretend that he's not looking where your sister is, and the moment you notice you are there, kind of thing. And he does this thing like, "Oi, hey, how is it going?" And he kind of like
I don't break eye contact with him for the entire time that he walks up to us.
I guess
I
you
just
can make
smile.
Yeah, I guess
smile.
you can make intimidation check if you want. 100% sure. I'm game for that.
I'm not necessarily trying to intimidate him. Just make him slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah. It's definitely. Oh yeah, he is super uncomfortable with that 3 on the die. You just see that he doesn't know where he puts his hands anymore and put his eyes. It's kind of like focusing on your helm and kind of looking to the things, like a lot of looking into the
I
ceiling, and this
I
kind
have
of awkward.
nothing against him whatsoever, and I'm not possessive of my sister. I just think it's funny.
Yeah. In the moment he gets there, coincidentally, within less than seconds, your sister happens to appear on the table, and you notice that her shirt button has potentially opened a bit too much all of a sudden. It wasn't like that before. It's kind of like this trick that waitresses do sometimes to get tips, and then it feels like it's accidentally open a bit too much. But you know her, it's not an accident. She's just been cheeky.
I respect the hustle.
Yeah. And she's like, oh, hi guys, how you're here? And she kind of like looks towards Alas and kind of like go to pick up the empty glass from the table, and coincidentally you see like the pinky touchy kind of thing by pretending that it's not coincidental. Yep. And she kind of like touches his hand on the way, taking the glasses out, and looks to all of you and having a good time, she says to both of you, and you nearly arrive. Get you a drink to you, Victor and Alas.
I'll just have whatever they had.
Okay, we are
And
running
Alice
out.
will have what we're having as well.
Oh,
Won't
Yep. He says, I'll have an Underdarker, actually, if that's what we are doing. I prefer that one. Amazing.
It's good stuff. You'll like it.
Yeah. Also, on the corner, you see a figure that you recognize, actually. He's quite handsome man. He's got black, long hair. He's not wearing any armor, but instead he's wearing this noble red outfit. And you recognize him being Edwin, actually. How does Edwin look like, Lucky, as we see him on the corner drinking? He's on his own.
Edwin's got a similar hairstyle to Oliver. Actually, his is long and well kept. It's actually not like Oliver's. I was like, I've got.
I'll put the picture
Just a better
for you.
version of you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, do you have the picture of him?
yeah, I'll put it, posting it here. Let me just move you guys down here. Yeah, I got it here. Bam, there he is. Let me just pin you guys on the right
His
place.
hair is well kept. It's black and it hangs down in his face. He's got dark red clothes with some chains that hang over his shirt. He looks like he can actually handle himself in a fight, and he has no problem picking them. He's got just a little bit of chin hair right here. It's just the right amount of manliness. He looks like he goes out hunting a lot. But yeah, he's kind of the opposite of what Oliver is. He's actually confident, and he looks like he has the means to back it up.
Yeah, you see he's kind of like giving you nasty looks from the corner. What is his... Will he say something to them, actually? I'll leave you that too. If you want to roleplay him, Lucky, I will allow you to do that. If you want to do some... I will imagine him kind of like coming to... As he sees a reunion and he's not really invited and you are not there, he will always love to taunt your friends, and you know that, just to piss you off for them to tell you afterwards.
Yeah. I've got an idea of how I want to do this. He'll walk up behind Victor if he's unsuspecting, and he'll put his arms around his shoulder and just say, "Oh, what's that? You're inviting me over here? Thank you." And he'll grab Victor's drink from him. So, what's going on, guys? What have I missed? Come on.
I cast Fairy Fire on him.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Don't take my drink.
As you kind of start casting magic, you see that the whole Actually, I imagine you want to make it subtle. Normally, we don't do this in combat, but because it's a fun scenario, would you like to make a stealth check? Actually, it reminds me, Fairy Fire, which components does it have? Is it verbal somatic material, or is it... because it's a fun scenario... Oh, sorry. You're on mute, if you're saying something.
It's a verbal.
Oh, it's just
Yeah, I
verbal.
believe it's just verbal, but I'm just checking to make sure.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, dancing lights.
Oh,
No,
dancing
Fairy
lights.
Fire.
Okay. You know,
That's the
a
one.
better one.
I said
Okay.
the wrong one.
No, don't
I
worry.
said the wrong one.
Okay, so if you wanna make a stealth check, even though it's verbal, just to whisper the verbal component of it.
Oh, it does have a material.
Oh, it's got material too. Okay, so then definitely make a stealth check as you cast it. And this will be for flavor only. On combat, you will not be able to stealth check spells unless you go subtle as a sorcerer, that I don't think any of you are gonna be getting any soon, but yeah, never know. So please make a stealth check. And what would you like to create as well while you're doing the check? Oh wow, okay. I'll make some checks. Yep. You can roll for your brother, Lucky. To see,
All right.
just roll a d20 and you can add a +2 to it if that's okay. 17.
So 17.
Yeah. All right, so how does it look like as you create these magical lights, Victor?
Your mic's muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
Thank you. I keep forgetting it's on supposed to
Don't
talk.
worry.
It's in the shape of like a dragon, but it's not. It's about the size of maybe his forearm.
Okay, awesome.
I'd say maybe. If
Yeah,
I can do that.
yeah, I'll definitely go
And
for
I
it.
just wanted to like be like perched on like the top of the beer mug that he stole from me.
Yeah.
Oh, a light show.
As you look at it, you think to yourself, Edwin, what is going on here? You know this boy you've seen him, you know that he's known for being the magic guy, so it's kind of like something that people will probably be scared of quite a bit in a way, but you are not one person who gets intimidated by anyone, so I'll let you decide how you react to magic and what he's doing.
I imagine he'll take the beer and he'll just tip it over and he'll just say, you know, I bet it would have tasted like piss anyways. Anyways, why don't you all keep it down? And remember, this isn't your town. It's my town.
Yeah.
So keep your riffraff down.
I would say.
Wait, what'd you say?
Just keep calling for more beer.
Yeah. Amazing.
Keep your riffraff down. And try to stay out of my sight.
Yeah. As
Glad we understand.
Lorandir, make a persuasion check actually if you want.
Is this to not be cut off, or
I don't know. Let's see let's start with the roll and then we'll take it from there. Okay. With a 16 persuasion, you see that at this point, who you recognize her to be the mother of your friend, or your newly friend, let's call Jared. You see her kind of approaching the table slowly towards where you are, and she kind of gets close to you, Jared, and he looks, oh, could you just, you see Lily dressed with the green things, she kind of like puts her mouth so close to your ear, Jared, that it kind of like makes you feel really uncomfortable, and said, Now you decide to show up and make a fool of yourself, you and your friend. I'm so proud of you. I couldn't be any prouder. Your father will be so proud of you right now.
I'm allowed to let loose occasionally, and we aren't causing trouble.
Well, let's keep it that way, shall we? I'm trying to work here, and as you know, I don't like this, Jared. You can make a
Don't like
perception check, Lorandir, as she's whispering. Well, I don't like...
You don't like what?
I don't like you coming to where I work and making me look like a fool in front of my customers and my boss. Yeah, you hear everything.
You know... I'm sorry to have caused you so much misery by coming here and having a drink with my friends.
I mean...
I'm trying. Okay? I'm trying.
Yes.
This is my way of relaxing.
I've heard that before. You're trying, you're changing. Yes, I've heard that before. And here you are.
You know, I'm lucky. Do you want to know why?
Yes, go ahead. Why? To have a mother like
Because
me,
I don't
I guess.
need you to reinforce my sense of self and my own self-worth.
Well, if you had listened to me, if you hadn't got yourself into so much trouble, perhaps I wouldn't be so angry right now, but it's just something that happens every time I see you. Naturally, what can I say? But yeah. Okay. No more drinks
Just
for your
pretend you don't
friend
know
for
me.
now, okay?
That usually goes how... That's usually how you do it.
Oh yeah. Now, make your mother feel like awkward as well and make me feel uncomfortable. That's really helping.
Hey, you came over to me and started complaining.
Olivia? Yes, anyway, yeah, okay. Yes, sir, of course. I'll get you one more drink. And she kind of smile and give you this kind of bitch face, like, like pretending, looks around
Thank you.
towards her boss.
Deep treasure.
Oh, I think you are okay, actually. Yeah, for now, but don't worry, I'll get some food for you, shall I? And she gives you this
Oh,
kind of
thank you.
like half Mona Lisa
That will go with
smile.
the beer. Perfect.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. All right, that will be 5 silver, she says, and she kind of puts a bill down before she even gets anything back. Comes back and puts a bill on the table and leaves again before you can even say anything. And after a few minutes, you get a bit of food. You get a fish pie, kind of thing, like a few, enough for each of you, like a snacky, like a baby mini fish pies for all of you. At this point as well, I imagine, will you still be there, Edwin, or will you have left? You did leave, right?
I imagine he's probably back at the table with the other knights.
Yeah.
You know, they're all pounding a couple drinks down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see that they are making way too much noise. Yeah, go ahead, Victor.
I'd like to do something when he's trying to walk away from us.
Yeah, of course, please. Go ahead.
I'd like to try to stealthily pull out my quarterstaff and try to trip him as he's walking by me.
Okay, yes, I love that shade. Okay, please.
You took my drink.
Okay, yeah, no, that totally makes sense. So, just because he took your drink, just to balance it out, you can have advantage on the check. You can make a straight roll, Edwin, if that's okay with you. Perception +2 once more, and you can make an stealth check, Victor, with advantage because he took your drink.
Oh shit!
Oh no! Wow!
Natural 20.
Yep, for a 22.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
Well, that's a dirty 20.
Oh! Wow, okay.
Oh, so unfortunate though. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
22 versus the 20.
Yeah, okay, that was close, but how do you react
Crazy rolls,
as
man.
you notice, out of the sudden you notice that a quarter staff is on your way, and you look back for a second and you see what's happening?
I've actually got an idea for this. So as soon as he sees the quarterstaff, he'll stomp on it with one foot, and like in a cartoon, like you know when the rake usually goes up, the quarterstaff will kind of like shoot out of his hands. He'll take the quarterstaff and then just smack it into the side of Victor's face, and he'll say, "Watch where you put your shit." And then he'll try to start a fuck it. He'll start a bar fight. He'll grab Victor's shirt and pull him in.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
The tavern brawl starts right there. Yeah,
roll
hopefully,
initiative,
hopefully.
guys. As you see that he's gonna grab you, why don't you, the two of you, anyone who wants to get involved, you guys can get involved too if you want to. So whoever wants to do that, you can roll initiative.
Should I roll a? Can I roll a? See if I like. You know what? I want to go and just have a drink at the local bar. I'll do a luck check.
Yeah, no, I mean,
See
come
if
on.
I- okay,
I'm Story, Sacriel. If you wanna be here, let's say you just entering through the door
I'm
right
gonna
now if you
random-
want. I'm happy with that.
I'm gonna rando it. So if I get above a 10 and above, I'm there. If I get anything less, I'm
Okay.
not there.
All right. Yeah.
I'm passed out.
Mhm.
Back at home.
If
Alright.
anything, Oliver will show up at the end of the fight.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with
I'm
that
not
too.
there.
No,
I'm not there.
Okay. Yeah, so just as a mock fight, why don't you, whoever wants to get involved, for now, you get an action to counteract what Edwin did to you, Victor. So without you rolling initiative, what would you like to do back as he kind of like does that and he's gonna grab you, hits you in the face with the staff? What do you do actually else, if anything, before initiative breaks?
where's my quarterstaff as of right now?
I will imagine you could grab it if you want. Actually, I will give you that for free unless you're keeping hold of it, Edwin. Will you be releasing the quarterstaff after that?
I imagine it's gonna be like if he doesn't get the hit off in his face with the quarterstaff, it'll be like a tug of war for the quarterstaff.
Okay. Yeah. So you can make either athletics or acrobatics to try to take the quarterstaff off you. I will imagine you can do athletics for yourself, Edwin, if that's cool with you. Let's say he is quite strong because he's a knight. I'm gonna pull the stats. You can get the stats of him of a knight. Actually, give me 1 second. Let me just find it here.
I was asking if he dropped it or if he was still holding on to it.
Yeah.
That was mostly my question.
Yeah.
Because
So
if he's still
Yeah.
holding on to it,
he's holding it, right? So
I'd like to.
Mhm.
I'd like to grab onto it, and I'll just speak the words for Slayly.
Ooh, okay, yeah, that could happen. Yeah, if you don't
I'll
want to.
just casually grab it,
Mhm.
and then I'll say the words to cast Slayly, and
Okay.
hopefully the spell will go off.
Yeah, perfect. So yeah,
To kill people?
yeah, you can do that. And Oliver,
I'm
like
just
a
trying to
lucky,
scare him.
he uses the stats of a knight. If you just CR3.
I've got it pulled
Yeah.
up.
Okay. So you can make
Yes.
an athletics check versus your acrobatic, Victor. As you cast the spell, you will have advantage because magically the quarterstaff reacts to your magic, and you feel it as it did before. How does it look like when you cast Shillelagh in your staff? How does your staff react to your magic?
So as I've learned through the years of practicing my magic, I've learned that the flames usually, the colors react to my emotions. So
Amazing.
So when I activate Slayly, the quarterstaff just goes like a black flame
Ooh.
with like a red outline.
Okay.
Not like normal red, like a blood red
Okay. Yeah.
outline with in like general black flame.
I love that. So that will be giving you disadvantage on your check versus him, Edwin, as you will think that magic is makes you feel very uncomfortable. Magic is not a thing. You are used to it because in your battles, but it's something that people really scorn in this world. Is not a cool thing to do. Not many people can do it, so it's so rare that it will actually cringe you out as well as make you angry. So that will give you, if that makes sense for you, Lucky, that will give you disadvantage.
It's something. It's like caveman meets fire. Unga bunga.
Yeah, and the stuff gets black, so it's kind of like whoa, you know. So then you make an acrobatics versus his disadvantage athletics check, Victor.
What check do I do? Sorry.
Acrobatics, just to get the stuff off his hand, and you make an athletics one at disadvantage, Oliver. Well, Edwin on this
I don't
case.
see athletics. I see strength.
Yeah,
on
he
this.
has got he's got just strength. Yeah.
Oh god.
Yikes! Just barely.
Yeah, and you will have disadvantage, so that makes sense. So.
Oh, then here, let me.
But I think
one
with
more then.
yeah, okay.
I rolled a 7 on my acrobatics. Wait.
I rolled a 6.
Yeah, so
I did not have. I'm sorry. I'm just making sure no advantage, correct?
Yeah, no, but
On my
don't worry.
acrobatics? Okay.
That is
So
enough.
just making sure.
Yeah, as you grab it with your magic reacting to it, you feel that your quarterstaff wants to go with you. And in the moment he touches it, you feel this kind of arcane connection in your hand that makes you feel really uncomfortable. One more, Edwin, and you kind of like feel compelled to almost release it off your hand. But you two can roll initiative. Lorandir or Jared, would you like to get involved as you see that the fight is gonna take place?
Yeah.
Okay, so please roll initiative too, and yeah. I know, no,
I don't know why it's doing whisper rolls.
Yeah, no, I
don't
think it
know
makes
why.
sense. Yeah, it's good. I like that if it's okay with you.
Yeah,
that
I almost
makes
want to
it
make
more
an Edwin
interesting.
character sheet now.
I
Yeah, the
know,
initiative
like,
tracker.
yeah, actually, yes, that will be a good thing to make an initiative tracker. But we'll make it old school. But yeah, let me delete everyone actually, because you still have all your old turns there from the fight. I see there. You have Bob there. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So Lorandir. Then we have. I'll add you. I'll put your token, Oliver, even though it's not really you because I haven't had a token for your brother yet. So let's just add you if it's okay. Yeah. And you can add your brother's initiative. You have his stats there, right? So it's got plus
Yes,
0
yes.
to initiative.
Yeah.
Okay. I can, yeah. And are you happy to do it? To enter it, or I can enter it for you, whichever you prefer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't worry, it's a 5, right? Okay, so I just put it in order. So descending, Victor, you actually first, as you see, he's about to grab you, and you know that this is Oliver's brother, so you don't really want to go too crazy because also you know he's a noble, that he's got quite a lot of boys in the town. His father is one of the old captains of the Knights of Solamnia, who is not retired, but he's semi-retired. He's not really active as a captain anymore. However, he still acts like he is the mayor of the town, even though he's not, and he would love for Major Raven to fail so he can take over the town. He's a big investor on the town as well. He puts a lot of money into things, and that gives him a much higher voice, and this is his boy, you know, like his favorite son as well. You don't know Oliver that well, but you know that everyone knows that Edwin is the favorite of Captain Walter. I always say the surname wrong. I don't know why. Yes, Goldmane, right? No.
Yes, Golden.
Yeah, Goldmane. Yeah, okay, I said it right one time. Okay, cool. So please, as that happens, what would you like to do, Victor? Your shillelagh is up, but like I said, you don't wanna maybe do too much there. But I leave it to you.
Yeah,
to decide.
I'm not gonna kill him. I would like to cast Charm Person.
Oh, okay, that's a nice one.
Shit.
Okay. All right. So as you cast Charm Person, please display the spell for us, and And tell us how it looks like when you do this, actually. Describe for us.
Trying to hold on,
Display
cancel.
VTT.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. Roll.
Amazing. Okay. So it's verbal and somatic. So I will imagine you do a flare and say a word of power. You can make an stealth check once more if you want. And go ahead, Lucky. What would you like to say? You will have advantage, yeah, on the save.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was all I was gonna say. Was I
Yeah.
see the advantage part?
Mhm.
Did it roll twice? It did. Oh.
Yeah. Oh damn, that was really low. And how does it look like when the magic goes through? What is your DC again? I believe your DC is 14, right?
The DC is 15.
Okay, yeah. So as you cast this magic under this flare and kind of say this word of power, even at disadvantage, you actually will know, Victor, that the spell is gone through. So he's charmed by you at this moment.
It's not very noticeable, but I have like this yellow flame that slowly is creeping out of my eyes, just like slowly taking over the rest of my eyes. It like starts small and it's just like creeping to the rest of my face. And I look at him and I say the words for the spell. And as I finish saying it, my hand kind of glows yellow, and I reach out and just do like some kind of hand motion or something, and or more like this to kind of stew him away.
Okay, amazing. Yeah. And then as that happens, that will have been your action. Anything else from you?
Nope. No,
Okay.
not right now.
Amazing. So we move to you, Lorandir. As you get this kind of situation, you, Jorlandir and Jared, you're both under the poison condition at the moment, as you both failed your constitution save, I believe, right? Or did you actually even make it? No, you didn't do it, so you can both do it now as well. No, you did, right? Yeah, I see a 10 there, right? And then Lorandir, yeah, you both failed, so yeah. So you're both poisoned. As per drunk poison, but what would you like to do?
I'm going to get my long bow, and I want to try to get one of the mini pie to his mouth. I'm just grabbing a pie.
Okay.
And just because it wouldn't do any damage. It would just be like surprising for him.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So
I have this advantage.
yeah. Okay. So go ahead and make that shoveling bow attack. Let's call it. Sure. Yeah, you cut off for a second, but and that will be. You can make yourself to avoid it. You can make a dexterity saving throw versus his attack. If that's okay, if that sounds reasonable to you, Lucky.
Yeah, is
You said just a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, as it doesn't actually hit your AC because your AC is 18, you can have advantage on it.
Okay, this character sheet's so weird. The only saving throws I see is con and then wisdom, and it doesn't
Yeah, that's because you know they're NPCs, so he doesn't have dex, so you can just make a straight, well, add advantage dex check.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. So tell us what happens, Edwin.
Can you describe real quick what you were doing again?
Yeah, because you cut off for
Martin?
a second, Martin. I think I got the hit. Okay.
I just threw in a pie with my longbow, but I'm using a pie as the projectile.
Yeah, so he's putting.
As you throw the pie at him, he'll just very swiftly take one hand, put it behind like the plate of the pie, like rolled around, and then put it right in front of Victor's face and say,
It's a mini
Got you a
pie.
pie. Oh,
Yeah.
he'll just hold it and he'll. Got you a pie.
Oh,
He rolled a
amazing.
natural 20.
I guess it makes sense, even though feels really awkward for you at this moment. As you look towards Victor, you think to yourself, why am I even fighting him? This guy is a really nice person, you know what I mean? Because he's
I got him a
charming you at the
pie.
moment. Yeah, that's what I mean. So he's kind of offering you a pie, and you will think to yourself, Victor, like, okay, the spell is really funny work. Anything else from you, Lorandir?
No, that's it.
All right, so we move to you, Jared, as you've gathered that something weird is going on because Edwin's demeanor has changed quite a lot out of the sudden, but you aren't sure why. What would you like to do?
I assume I was sat down at a table when all this kicked off.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
You
just
all
gonna-
sit together on the table.
Just gonna like drunkenly stand up, like, okay, and just sort of tap my hand to my chest. I'll put 5 points of lay on hands into me and neutralize 1 poison to stop myself
Ooh.
being drunk.
Oh yes, okay, amazing.
That's an action. And where is it? There it is. Yeah, I'll get rid of the lay on hands, and I'll just I'll walk up to. Is it Edwin? Who are they
Edwin.
brawling? What's,
Yeah,
Edwin Goldenmane.
Yeah, Edwin Goldman. I'll write it down. Don't worry.
who are the two people that are like most at odds with each other? It's Edwin and what's his face?
No, Edwin's not at odds with anyone now.
Yeah,
Who charmed him?
Victor charmed
they
him.
were-
Yeah.
I was gonna say they were fighting. a
Yes,
second
they
ago,
were. Yeah, but you changed.
and then all of a
now.
sudden they're not.
Yeah, you notice his demeanor has changed, and now he's giving me a pie. But you can make an insight check to see if you actually get that. If he's actually being sarcastic or he's being nice now. So you can make an insight check if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Jared, I think that'll make sense.
No idea. I must have
Yeah,
tried to make
so
an
you
insight check before I get rid of the alcohol.
Yeah, so you
We've
would
got
think,
four inspirations we haven't used.
Yeah, that's a point actually. You could make
Oh,
an
that's
inspiration
true.
if you
Yeah,
want.
I'll
You
use a
might just
team
use it.
inspiration. Why not?
Yeah.
That's better. 21.
Yeah, so you think to yourself, first you thought like, oh, he's been sarcastic and he's gonna smack the pie in his face, but then now that you look into his eyes and the way he's looking at him, you think to yourself that maybe you've been around Victor and you know you guys are the chosen ones, so you could have actually figured it out that he cast a spell on him, so he's been charmed by Victor. And you can make an Arcana check with your bonus action if you want as well.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'll get up and I'll walk over to them once after I've done the whole cleared.
Yeah.
Get rid of the alcohol. I'll walk up to them and just kind of like cut in between them slightly, and look towards Victor and be like, maybe not here.
Okay.
You know,
Amazing. And
we
now,
could be. We might be special, but no one else knows that. All right, and no one else wants to believe that. So just maybe not here, yeah.
Okay. So you can react to that, Victor. If you want to say something back to Jared, please do so while we move.
I'll just say, well, my village knows. I don't see why I should keep it a secret. It's not like the village, my
I
little
see.
village, any animosity. I don't imagine anyone else would.
Okay. And as you say that, it gets to your turn, Edwin, and you are looking towards what do you actually do now that you are charmed? You can make an Arcana check actually if you want, Edwin, as well.
No, it's fine.
I'll
If
leave
he's
it to
charmed,
you
I would
to
just-
kind of figure it out actually. It's your character
Yeah,
now, so what do you do? What will you do?
Yeah.
Mhm.
He'll look at the pie and just look back at Edwin, then look at the person who threw the shot the miniature pie at him, and he'll say, "I think he was trying to shoot that pie at you," and he'll throw the pie back at Lorandir.
Yeah, that's definitely a choice. So make an attack roll. Let's say that you're proficient with pies. So
Yep.
I've got this.
And I will be really
with
evil. If
pies.
you wanna use
There's
an
a
inspiration from the pool, you can do.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck
Why
yes!
not?
There is a pipe. but it's with food.
Yeah, food
Does
fight.
an 18 hit, Lorendir?
You can make a dexterity saving throw, Lorandir, to avoid it. He hit your AC is what?
It's not.
15.
Yeah, so
It's
he will have
non-lethal
hit.
pie damage, by the way.
Yeah, so he will have hit your AC, so you will have a straight roll because of that. So you can make a dexterity saving throw. DC 18. Okay, yep. How does it look like when the pie hits him? You can describe
He'll
it.
take the pie.
Uh-huh.
He'll keep looking at at Victor, and he'll be like, He was trying to hit my friend. Fucking bastard. And he'll takes a pie, and he'll just, like, I kid you not, like, his muscles start to flex out a little bit underneath the shirt, and he'll just throw this pie as hard as he can at Lorendir.
Wow.
And it's gonna do 3 points of non-lethal pie damage.
Yep, so you feel this pie somehow, it goes like way into your eye kind of thing, even though it's non-lethal, it's just like a piece of food kind of stuck in your eye for a second, Lorandir, and it's so fucking painful in a way, like, ow. And at this point, I roll initiative for your mother as well, who is just about to enter the initiative now with a 2. So have you finished your turn, Edwin?
I mean, I would imagine at this point he's gonna. I would like for Edwin to try and leave, but
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
think
So
he's
yeah, please.
going to.
yeah.
I think he's gonna
Up to
awkwardly.
you.
He'll probably just hang out next to Victor and the gang now.
Yeah. So he kind of like makes. I will imagine him to kind of make a thing like just to sit. You know, like that would be quite funny. Without
He's
that.
sprawled out. He's got his arms on a chair. He's looking at the other Knights of Solamnia, and he's just like, guys, relax.
Yeah.
We're cool with him now. He's our friend.
And with 2 in the initiative, at this point, your mother again, Lily, kind of comes over, but she sees that the food on Lorandir's face, kind of thing, the pie kind of sliding down his face, I will imagine. And she kind of looks, shaking the head, and kind of this moment like she looks towards you, Jared, and remember the words that you just told her, that you're gonna keep it cool and this kind of thing. And I think that will be a good
Through the pie!
Yeah, and I think that will be a good moment for us to kind of go black and for us to end tonight's session as the pie is there and she's like giving you a judgmental look, Jared, and all this whole scene is happening. If you guys are okay with that, because it's getting quite late.
Hey.
So
Nobody's perfect.
yeah.
Nigel's just lying in bed, like going, one of those fucking idiots.
I moved
too.
from career criminal to paladin. Okay, what do you expect, Mum?
Yep.
Lorandir
No,
will eat
I
the
don't know.
pie.
Yeah, I used to be a con artist. Do you think I'm gonna be perfect overnight? Christ.
Wow, that's so good.
Plus,
Yep, I'm
that's a great way
amazing.
to end it.
You have any
Yeah.
idea how many lives I've ruined? You think one pie eating contest is gonna be? Never mind.
Yeah, no, I love that. I think that's such a good ending. Yeah, amazing. And as the kind of like the music go quiet and we move into the camera, just before we end, just quickly, we move somewhere else as the camera keeps going up and up and up and up and up and high into the sky, actually, where we see 2 old men following each other. There is one in the front that out of game, and you guys see, well, you as viewers of this scene, you see an old man with a very long beard, kind of dressed up like a wizardy robes and a pointy hat, and he's like saying to the other one, come on, let's go. And the one behind him is Ispin Greenshield. He's also an older man dressed in green robes, kind of like, and they're both traversing this beautiful cloudy mountain full of flowers. There is 7 mountains in there altogether, but they are traversing one of them, and they are effortlessly climbing. And this older man on the big front is telling Ispin, that is the one following him, come on, hurry up, they're waiting for you, stop it, you're getting old, you're so slow, come on. And Ispin is saying, but what's your name? You said your name was Frostba? I don't know, I never heard your name, but why am I following you? And the older man is saying, come on, everyone is waiting for you. And Ispin is saying, I'm so confused, I don't understand why I'm here, where are we, what's happening? And no, and they keep walking and walking and walking. And as this scene continues and they are walking effortlessly through this mountain bucolic, you see beautiful sheeps and animals, and even on the sky for a second you think that you see a winged man just flying around, and you notice that you are surrounded by hundreds of these celestial creatures just flying around, and everything is becoming so surreal as they are in Mount Celestia somewhere, and they keep following each other until a point where this white gate opens, and as the gate opens you see some of your relatives. You see in there your grandma is there, Lorandir, this older woman. You also see Thessalia's brother. You see quite a lot of people who you will know, Lorandir, if you were there, that have passed away, and all these people welcome Ispin into his new life as he enters the realm of Mount Celestia, and as he enters, guided by Fizban out of game, who they don't know, he doesn't know who it is, but we know he's Paladin on these guys. That was where we'll end tonight's session. Thank you so much for my wonderful players, for a really fun game. Thanks to Zonated, Nightly, Lucky, Martin, and of course Oculan. Yeah, with your really cool helm, and yeah, that is working. Yeah, there it is. Wow. Yep, there he is. He's got his helm on. Amazing. And yeah, all the best from Julia for us from here. I hope she gets better soon. And thanks to all of you for watching. It's been an amazing session. We really appreciate it. Thanks to Darren Curtis, to Tabletop Audio for the music, to James Webster for the art as well. And yeah, for all of you, I have been your humble DM, Cisco Blanco. Until we see you again on Tuesday or Wednesday, please stay magical, and we love you all. Good night. Bye-bye. Take care. Say bye, you guys.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.